Hey, what's happening? Hey, what's happening, everyone? We're back. I am here. Good shit. What's up, Socks? Yo. How goes it? That's such a good emote. I love that. 10 out of 10 artwork. I love the image. Yeah, it's so good. Hey, everyone. I'm going to get some water, so I'll be right back. I'm new, but hi anyway. Hope you're all doing well. Hey, welcome. All the same. Surprised this came out so good. It came out really good. That came out exceptional. Hey, Pixie. Bleh. It made me realize my deep desire to be a beefy boy. Well, then manifest that deep desire. Live your best life. Miss anything with the first part of stream? LMAO. Well, we're gonna catch back up with it. So let's go back over what we've got so far as like the stuff to respond to.
Have you seen RGR?
Oh, hold on. We want to raise this volume a little bit.
Have you seen
All right, we're just going to do this for all of them.
Have you seen RGR's tweet that kind of explains the difference in Europe?
Oh, don't worry. I'm chill now. I had a good convo with someone, which was good, productive. Now we are chill. But we are going to yeah, we're going to make a short on this and yeah. Like the best himbo. Amazing. So anyway,
have you seen RGR's tweet that kind of explains the difference in your approach to Steven's approach?
Yeah, so I respectfully disagree. My principal criticism of Destiny is that he is not interested in finding the truth when it comes to interacting with lefties. I think he's incredibly hateful towards them, and it makes him say incredibly stupid stuff. So the dichotomy that was laid out by RGR honestly felt to me like a very nice version of like, men and women aren't better or worse than each other. Men are logical and women are emotional, you know? That's kind of how it felt a little bit to me. Like, oh yeah, Vosh is like the emotional one, which I reject that criticism. In short, yeah. I have been sexist against. I have been the victim of sexism. That's my take.
Okay. So this really hurt to hear for a number of reasons. First, this is just a blatantly wrong reading of my criticism. I made explicitly clear to say that my criticism was not that Vosh makes incorrect arguments and never was not that Vosh makes I made explicitly clear to say that my criticism was not that Vosh makes incorrect arguments and never said that he doesn't care about finding the truth. I also specifically was not arguing that this approach was a bad one. That his approach was a bad one. That he probably cares less. Just that while he does care about the truth, he seems to care more about the intent of the people he engages with. Vosh intellectually outpaced all of us. True. It's not intent, actually. Wait, what do you mean? It's totally intent. Yeah, what do you mean? Was not that Vosh makes incorrect arguments and never said that he doesn't care about finding the truth, just that while he does care about the truth, he seems to care more about the intent of the people he engages with. He cares about people who he thinks are generally on the right side. Just after the clip, he specifically says he doesn't care about intent. I mean, like, he can say that all he wants, but it seems to be the case that he cares about intent. He cares about people who he thinks generally are on the right side. Well, then that's intent. I mean, that also goes, like, that's a very subjective, like, criteria of, like, all right, so then who does he think is on the right side? Like, he'd rather someone on the side make a bad argument to bring about good outcomes? That's not, then that's bad. That's even worse. That is a worse, I am being more charitable than him in that case than he is. Because that's not a good line of argument to say that, like, oh, yeah, you know, I don't mind if people lie as long as it brings about good outcomes. All right, can you send me the line? Can you send me the timestamped part of that? Like, that's, I mean, like, if that's his position, then fuck, that's not good. Like, that's worse. But that would still seem to be indicative of intent, right? Because, like, if someone makes a bad argument, then how, I would say, like, how do you discern whether or not they're on the right or whether or not they're good, right? Is Vosh a consequence? That's what one of his largest arguments with Destiny was about. I mean, like, in that case, like, how do you determine whether or not someone is on the right if RGR, what is Vosh's claim here? Hold on, I'm just gonna play it back so I don't, like, mischaracterize it. I think I have a good understanding of it, but I'm just gonna play it again here. Also, if people keep asking this, like, keep asking over, like, what, Riley, what's Vosh's claim? Riley, what's your argument? Riley. Like, I'm saying this all. If you don't know, then shut up and it will be answered eventually.
Have you seen RGR's tweet that kind of explains the difference in your approach to Steven's approach?
Yes, I respectfully disagree. My principal criticism of Destiny is that he is not interested in finding the truth when it comes to interacting with lefties. I think he's incredibly hateful towards them, and it makes him say incredibly stupid stuff. So the dichotomy that was laid out by RGR honestly felt to me like a very nice version of, like, men and women aren't better or worse than each other. Men are logical and women are emotional, you know? That's kind of how it felt a little bit to me.
I mean, right now what you're describing also, like, if that is true, is, I mean, like, the issue I have here is that he's not capturing what I was saying. I don't know why, but I totally imagine people's rhetoric like MMO characters, Vosh's class canon.
Like, oh yeah, Vosh is like the emotional one, which I reject that criticism. In short, yeah. I have been sexist against. I have been the victim of sexism. That's my take.
All right, well then, bad faith actors, right? Like, I'm speaking very descriptively here. That seems to be what he focuses on. Like, even if he says that that's not what he focuses on, it seems to be the case that Vosh is always primarily focused on trying to, like, weed out bad faith actors, right? It's like, oh, you know, like, is the Republican Party full of fascists? Well, in order to be able to discern that, we have to be able to look at intent, right? And we have to be able to reasonably discern intent. Like, that seems to be, like, descriptively, like, sure, you could say it's not, but it seems to be the case that that's what he primarily focuses on. But the response is not to call me sexist or to make a really bad analogy to say that I'm sexist or, like, sexist or sexist-like. Like, that's the wrong response. So this really hurt to hear for a number of reasons. First, it's just blatantly wrong reading of my criticism. I made it explicitly clear to say that my criticism was not that Vosh makes incorrect arguments and never said that he doesn't care about finding the truth, just that while he does care about the truth, he seems to care more about the intent of people he engages with. I also specifically was not arguing that his approach was a bad one. I wrote this up the day after my debate. Gets at your position and... All right, hold on.
Okay. Okay. Because, like, I wonder if like her thing about intentionality and you caring about that, is it all coming from the supererogatory talk that you had with
Yeah, Pixie, I already heard. I've listened to this earlier.
Steven? Because it seemed
Pretty sure the sexist part was a joke. Well, all right, I cannot. All right, hold on. This, Cirrus, you're getting here late, so I'm not gonna hold this against you. I've had that told to me 20 times. I get A, I get it. B, that doesn't mean it's okay. All right, so like I get it. If someone else says, "Oh, Riley, it's a joke," or "Riley's bad," this is not the way to go. Like, I'm sorry. From now on, I'm just going to say that everyone who I don't like is Nazi, right? The analogy was serious. The statement at the end was a joke. Then it's a really fucking bad joke. That's going to, that I would say is tantamount to negligence. All right? When you have someone who puts out a video that gets 44,000 views, and the thing that you end it with is, Riley acted sexist towards me, then that's tantamount to negligence. And I didn't know, and I know it doesn't make it better, that's why I said that. Yeah. It's just like, I've been, like, everyone's been saying, Riley, it's a joke, Riley, it's a joke, Riley, it's a joke. I want people to just be charitable to me, right? Because, like, right now I'm in this position where it's like, I understand exactly what he was saying. All right, I understand. You don't need to emphasize to me what he was saying. I know what he was trying to convey. All right? That does not make it somehow okay.
seemed like during that time, the reason why you didn't want to levy a lot of criticisms against your fellow leftist content creators is because their hearts are in the right place and they're pushing an ideology that is ultimately going to be like beneficial to the world in a way that you can like really see and understand. And so you don't want to like, you know, I thought maybe that's partly playing into that, but yeah, if you wholeheartedly disagree with
it's not wholeheartedly. I understand why Riley feels those things. And I
understand why Riley feels those things. This is all right. If I want to be absolutely clear, if there's anything sexist in here, it's absolutely this. I understand why Riley feels that way. In the same way that, like, you know, men will talk to women and be like, well, you know, I understand why you might feel that way, you know, because you're just controlled by your feelings. You're irrational. I understand that you might feel things that are irrational, but I, as a logical person, can actually tell you what's what. Like, just to be clear.
Also understand, I guess, the underlying drive to express the dynamic in that binary, or in that duality. Like, I get the underlying logic behind this. It's just my central criticism kind of deviates from it in that way. In terms of like the extent to which intentionality applies here, I just from a utilitarian perspective, intentionality shouldn't matter as much as it does to other. Like, for a virtue ethicist, intentionality.
Then why? All right, see, this just seems to be contradictory. Like, we watched this earlier, and I understand he can say that he doesn't care about intent, but like that would be as if like this is literally him saying that he doesn't care about intent, but then in every conversation he'll focus primarily on the intent of the other person, right? The underlying drive to express dynamic in that duality. I get the underlying. There, the underlying drive to express dynamic in that duality. I get the underlying logic behind that. My central criticism deviates from it. Then why did he criticize it? He can't do that and then simultaneously be like, oh, but I disagree because I feel like I'm sexist, because that's implying that actually I'm suggesting that, like, oh, he's, what do you call it? Because in that instance, he's suggesting that actually I am criticizing him as having a worse approach than Destiny, right? In the way that usually that sexism analogy unfolds, right? Usually unfolds specifically in a way where it's like, you're suggesting like, oh, you know, you're not, you know, you're, you know, both are fine. They're just different, right? Like, usually the way that that's manifested is to heavily imply that one is worse than the other, when that was specifically not the case here. I think the implication here is that you have a liberal bias, and he thinks that your criticism is that he doesn't care about the truth or something, which is a misunderstanding. Also, in the intent thing, it's not contradictory, as he'd put it. He'd see even a deliberate grifter as a good guy if they're preaching leftist populism. But it seems to be in every case that he cares more about the intent of the person when he's trying to, like, dunk on them or whatever, right? Like here, if he was actually like caring more, or rather, I should say that he cares more about like what he thinks the intent is, right? If he thinks that a person's intent is generally good, whatever that is, and he's going to be nicer to them, right? Like with the grifter, if he doesn't think that the grifter is like trying to spread like racism or sexism or whatever, then he's going to be like more charitable to that person, right? Completely disregarding intent in everyday interactions is ridiculous. It's not a matter of completely disregarding them. I mean, like, it's a matter of the fact that, like, it seems to be that when, like, the whole point, it seems to be the case that when Vosh thinks he's talking to a bad person, it seems to be the case that when Vosh is talking to who he believes to be a bad person, he focuses more on that than the merits of the arguments that person is articulating. That's the point, right? But I think he'd treat a good faith racist different from bad faith racist. That's the categories here. So Vosh doesn't care about intent as much as about the general consequential direction that people are pushing others in. So he'd see a leftist grifter as a good guy or a conservative figure who accidentally dunks on himself as a good guy, but he still doesn't care about quality of argumentation foremost. It's not about them being a bad person. It's about them being dishonest. But no, it's not about them being dishonest with Vosh, because Vosh doesn't care about like Philosophy Tube or similar people where it's like, you know, like this debate has happened before, right? Where Philosophy Tube doesn't have like the greatest arguments, but Vosh will be like, but listen, it doesn't matter that much, you know? And Destiny will be like, no, like this matters a lot. Like when you have shitty arguments, it doesn't really matter what your intent is, you know? Vosh's own actions, to your point, indicate that he doesn't care about intent. No, it's about what he perceives the intent to be. We can never infallibly know what someone's intent is, but right now Vosh thinks that I'm just motivated by a liberal bias, or thinks I'm motivated by a bias by virtue of being part of Destiny's community. Like, I do not think that Vosh thinks I'm genuinely trying to help him, right? It's not impact though. I don't think it's impact. You keep saying it's impact. I don't think it's impact. Shitty arguments create convenient scapegoats for conservative pundits. Yeah, no, I agree. So weird that he falls back on the consequentialism so hard once he's pushed to a certain point. Yeah, and consequentialism is not great, fam. But it's not about intent. I mean, like, sorry, it's not about impact. I don't think it is. Because if he cared more about impact, then he should be able to reasonably surmise that there is a negative impact from relying on fundamentally bad arguments, because that's going to result in a position where you have a lot of people. Like if he was the one, like if he believed that if he genuinely cared about impact, then he wouldn't engage in a lot of the kinds of rhetoric and a lot of the kinds of arguments that he does, because that's going to lead to people like Demon Mama, where that's a negative impact, you know, like the fact that they adopt very negative aspects of his rhetoric, and they go on to ultimately like create a more toxic and harmful space, right? Like if what he cared about was impact, then he would care to make sure that that doesn't happen, but he doesn't, you know? He cares more about the fact that those people intend to do good, you know, or at least do not intend to do harm, you know? I don't think that he sees it that way per his argument about misinformation with Destiny. I don't agree with it. I think that he uses that as like, I think that he's fundamentally operating from a place of he thinks that Destiny is operating with a malintent towards him and builds out from there. And that's its ideological impact towards ideas that he, Vosh himself, has decided are good. And that's the best criticism of Vosh. Destiny told him that a decade ago, warning him letting populism fly if you think it's good. It's to good ends means some people will just act irrationally and ultimately bring about bad outcomes. Yeah. So this just really hurts to hear for a number of reasons. First, this is just a blatantly wrong reading of my criticism. I made explicitly clear to say that my criticism was not that Vosh makes incorrect arguments, and never said that he doesn't care about finding the truth, just that while he does care about the truth, he seems to care more about This is why like getting your audience to learn functional argumentation is important. Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think it is intent, right? Like, I do think that he fundamentally cares about intent. That still is my genuine read of him, all right? And I would have a conversation with him about it, but he decided to not talk to me even after I reached out to him. So, okay. He seems to care more about the intent of people he engages with, specifically exposing. Like, that seems to be what he's focused on. If you're in the mindset of a hammer, everyone begins... Yeah, exactly. I also specifically was not arguing that his approach was the bad one. I wrote this up the day after my debate with actual Justice Warrior because I think Vosh's approach is ultimately better for that debate when dealing with a bad faith actor. The point was just to say that this approach can sometimes also lead to issues when dealing with good faith actors who raise otherwise substantive criticisms, which ironically was the case here. And it sucks because... Okay. I think that's the nicest possible way to be able to put it. Completely. He does care about it. Yeah. Yeah. I think that it is, like, if he says he doesn't, like, it's very clear from his actions that he absolutely cares. He can say he doesn't. He can absolutely say that he doesn't care about intent, but it seems, like, very obvious that he does, you know? And that's, like, the thing he begins with. Again, that's not to say that he doesn't care about the truth, but that when there is a conflict... Like, in those rare instances where there is a conflict between the value of caring about the truth and caring about intent, if he's going up against someone who makes good arguments, but he thinks that person is a fundamentally bad person, it seems to be the case that he will not respond to the good arguments, as in the case with the Florida debate panel. It seems to be the case that he won't respond to the good arguments because he is fundamentally caring about what he perceives the intent of the other party to be, right? That seems to be where he's operating from, first and foremost, right? Like, in those rare instances. Except I don't think that that's the case, Pixie. Because in that case, then there's no reason that he should hate Destiny as much as he does. Because Destiny, like, through his advocacy, doesn't result in, like, bad outcomes. You know? Like, that does not seem to be the case. Because if that were the case, then he would not have as big of a hate boner for Destiny as he does. Why does Vosh hate Destiny? Because he thinks that Destiny is uncharitable. Yeah, exactly. So, like, he can say that. He can say that, oh, he's fundamentally operating from a utilitarian framework where, you know, he defines like, whether or not someone's a good or a bad person depending on what they do. But if that were the case, then Destiny should, to him, be, like, the best fucking person ever. Like, it doesn't seem to be that he's making them appeal to what they do. It seems to be the case that he's appealing to what their intentions are. Because with Destiny, he's appealing to what he believes Destiny's intentions are, irrespective of whether or not that those intentions are actually the case. Well, yeah, well, all of us try to predict intention, right? That's what we all do. We all are trying to engage in prediction of intention, right? That's what literally all of us do. Okay. Let's record this really quickly. This is just a blatantly wrong reading of my criticism. I made it explicitly clear to say that my criticism was not that Vosh makes incorrect arguments, and never said that he doesn't care about finding the truth. Just that while he does care about the truth, he seems to care more about the intent of the people that he engages with, specifically exposing bad faith actors in mainstream political discourse. I also specifically was not arguing that his approach was a bad one. I wrote this up the day after my debate with Actual Justice Warrior because I think Vosh's approach is ultimately better for that debate when dealing with a bad faith actor. The point was to say that this approach can sometimes also lead to issues when dealing with good faith actors who raise otherwise substantive criticisms, which ironically was the case here. This analogy is also wrong because I made expressly clear to not suggest that either his or Destiny's approach is better or worse. I went out of my way to criticize Destiny's and mine approach because, again, the reason I wrote the piece in the first place was to say that Vosh would have been better in the convo I had the night before. The whole point was that this was supposed to be complementary. This just feels like a shitty way to be... The whole point was that this was supposed to be complementary and constructive. This just feels like a shitty way to be treated when ultimately all I tried to do was to help. I even expressly reached out to say that I'd be available to chat if he wanted to before this, and he never responded. If this is how he deals with constructive criticism, then I just don't want to be involved with him. Yeah, no, I agree. And I don't think that, I don't think that that's, I don't know. The problem here is that it seems to be like whatever intent is he's reading onto Destiny, he's extending to me, right? Like he's assuming that I have some kind of like negative intent of trying to say that his approach is worse or better than Destiny's, and that's just not the case with me, right? Like it's just not. I don't have this like hate boner for lefties. I don't know what to tell you. I mean, like my biggest criticism is don't advocate for mass violence. That's the biggest thing. But like otherwise, I don't have this like, I don't know, whatever bias that Vosh is trying to read into me. Yeah. Also, hold on, let me check something. Okay, let's see. But I like this. I like kind of like the framing that these go up to. RGR, maybe he doesn't know you enough and assumes that you're acting in bad faith because you've associated with Destiny before and we know how he feels about Steven. Well, yeah, and then that certainly could be the case, but that's not my fault, right? Like, the fact that I associate with Steven is no reason to assume an intent onto me, you know? Yeah, exactly. Then Vosh is literally doing what he accuses Destiny of doing, right? Which is assuming an intent on the people that doesn't actually exist. This is just... Ah, crap. This is just a blatantly wrong reading of my criticism. I made it explicitly... We're cutting out as much as possible, fam. My criticism. I made it explicitly clear to say that my criticism was not that Vosh makes incorrect arguments, and never said that he doesn't care about finding the truth. Just that while he does care about the truth, he seems to speak through the truth. Yeah, now I'm gonna have to cut out some if I want to ballpark my future scripts. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. Truth. He seems to care more about the intent of the people that he engages with. Specifically, exposing bad faith exposing bad faith specifically specifically exposing bad faith actors in mainstream political discourse. I also specifically was not arguing that his approach was a bad one. I wrote was a bad one. I wrote this up the day after my debate with actual Justice Warrior because I think Vosh's approach is ultimately better for that debate when dealing with a bad faith. Because I think Vosh's approach is ultimately better for that debate when dealing with a bad faith actor. The point was The point was to say that this approach can sometimes also lead to issues when dealing with good faith actors. Lead to issues when dealing with good faith actors who raise otherwise substantive criticisms, which ironically was the case here. This analogy is also wrong. I'm just gonna acknowledge the analogy. Destinies are worse. I would criticize Destiny's and mine approach because again, The whole point was that this just feels like a shitty way to be. The whole point was that this was supposed to be complementary. The whole point this just feels like a shitty way to be. The whole point was that this was supposed to be complementary. This just feels like a shitty way to be. The whole point was that this was. The whole point was that this was supposed to be complementary and constructive. This just feels like was that this was supposed to be complimentary and constructive. This just feels like a shitty way to be treated when ultimately all I tried to do was to help. I even expressly reached out to say that I'd be available to chat if he wanted to before this, and he never responded. If this is how he deals with constructive criticism, then I just don't want to be involved with him.
Have you seen RGR's tweet that kind of explains the difference in your approach to Steven's approach?
Yeah, so I respectfully disagree. My principal criticism of Destiny is that he is not interested in finding the truth when it comes to interacting with lefties. So the dichotomy that was laid out by RGR, honestly, the dichotomy that was laid out by RGR honestly felt to me like a very nice version of like men and women aren't better or worse than each other. Men are logical and women are emotional. You know, that's kind of how it felt a little bit to me. Not interested in finding the truth when it comes to interacting with lefties. I think he's incredibly hateful towards them, and it makes him say incredibly stupid stuff. So the dichotomy that
Yeah, that makes sense. Incorrect arguments, and never said that he. Plus, it's negligent to jokingly call me sexist to an audience primed to dislike me, since it may be. Plus, it's negligent to call. Plus, it's negligent to jokingly call me sexist to an audience primed to dislike me already, since it may be echoed unironically. Let's see. Certainly more charitable, the better. I think that that's probably also true. Yeah, I think that there's a salient criticism that Destiny can also not use a greater starter. That's like the whole reason that Booksmarts kind of got involved with him in the first place. I just think that like fundamentally, like if we're talking about like the fundamental motivations of people, like basically, all right. So maybe this is the way to think about these issues, right? I think that there are things that we really care about as public figures, and sometimes under certain conditions, we might deviate away from those things that we fundamentally care about. I do think that Destiny fundamentally cares about like finding the truth and and being able to like convey that truth, and sometimes he deviates away from that. The way that I think that's a big reason why recently he's been focusing a lot more on his rhetoric, because if he weren't to focus on that, then that would suggest that actually he does care more about that rhetoric than the thing that he really cares about, which is finding the truth. But it seems to be the case that like the number one value is like truth, and then like to the extent he deviates away from that, he'll make efforts to try and correct himself. That seems to be the case, right? And same with Vosh, right? Like there's like again, like, that's not saying that these people don't care about, this in no way to say that Vosh doesn't care about the truth. It's just that, like, there's, like, this thing that it seems that he fundamentally cares about, which is exposing bad faith actors. And most of the time, there's going to be no conflict between that value and the value of pursuing truth. But in those rare instances where there is a conflict between those two things, namely where there's someone who he believes is a bad faith actor, but where that may not necessarily be the case, and that bad faith actor raises salient arguments, that then he may compromise on, like, how much he cares about the actual arguments in favor of just trying to expose that bad faith actor, right? Like, that's what I kind of see from the Florida debate, you know, where he was not pursuing the truth. Like, Dylan very clearly expressed the other day, or expressed after the fact, that, like, those ballots were designed by Democrats. There's no possibility that they were influenced by some kind of malicious intent to corrupt the election, you know? But because Vosh was primarily focused on trying to, like, expose Destiny as a bad faith actor, that's what was the thing that was driving that conversation, I think. Like, I think that was kind of what happened there, you know? That's not to say that Destiny doesn't ever deviate away from that, but I think that's the thing that Destiny cares about the most. Does that make sense, people? Like, just because we have something that we really care about doesn't mean that we're always able to live up to that standard, but it's the thing that people probably like there's things that we probably all individually strive towards, and sometimes we aren't able to perfectly strive towards that thing, but that's usually what drives a lot of our actions most of the time. I think that's a fair reading of also kind of like how values play into, like, our judgments and what we do and everything in life.
To disagree with.
Okay.
Sometimes, if intellectual honesty is the cost of a successful improvement of the state of humanity, then sometimes that just has to be made.
But again, the only problem that you run into there is you're no different on an ideological level. You're no different than a lot of the crazy groups that you yourself disagree with. And any reasonable, like, if a rational robot would just pop out of the ground and be like, I need to choose a random thought pattern or whatever to agree with, he would have no objective reason for going with yours over any others, because you've decided that one of the acceptable methods of propagating your ideology is, we're not going to use any kind of intelligence or anything at all. We're just going to herp derp.
It's no, come on.
It is. So, like,
that's a measure.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. Yeah, I think that's absolutely correct, right? Like, the problem is that you're presupposing what the correct answer is if you're not able to reasonably articulate why you have the right answer, you know? Like, the reason why I generally am, like, you can classify me as, like, more progressive or liberal, is because I've reasoned myself into the positions that most correlate with that general political ideological leaning. But, like, if it just happened that conservatives were just logically and empirically correct on everything, I'm sorry to break it to y'all, I would just be conservative. I'm not going to sit here and just bite into an ideology that isn't actually supported by the facts. I'm not, you know? Like, the reason that I believe the things I do is because I've reasoned myself into my positions. And so if you, if you're basically saying, oh, I don't need to reason myself into my positions, or I don't need to, like, hold other people who are associated with me, who make the same advocations as me, to reason themselves into their positions, then there's no reason to act there's no reason that I should believe that your position is good, because you haven't actually proven that to be the case, you know? I think I agree. It goes on for a few minutes if you want to. That's the core condition you're getting at. Vosh is committed to the success of his ideology, even if that sometimes entails compromising on rationality. Destiny is committed to finding rational truth, even if that means supporting some right-wing positions and people. That's a bad position. I don't know. Like, I understand that, like, we engage in politics, but, like, I don't know. Like, this is very hard because a lot of people are approaching this from fundamentally, like, I don't know. It's weird, right? Because we're taught to think in terms of ideology when people start getting into politics, but I'm always curious what would happen if we had, like, a world where actually it was kind of like, where ideology wasn't a thing, where people just, like, specifically went based off of just, like, individual issues, you know? Because I genuinely, like, I don't know, this is, like, a whole, because there's no good reason. I don't know. We could talk like in certain like in certain respects there can be benefits to thinking ideologically, but like as far as trying to parse out what are good and bad positions for you to be able to support, it's just really weird to sign on to an entire set of beliefs where the reason that you sign is because you agree with like one part of the larger ideology, but then you're stuck defending a lot of things that you haven't actually like parsed your way through, you know? That's where you hear from Vosh about Destiny. You sound like a conservative right now. That's a conservative argument. Wait, what? That's where you'll hear from Vosh about Destiny. You sound like, wait, that's a conservative argument? What do you mean? Which is the conservative? I'd be serving drunk in that world. Bosch utilitarian, cares more about his ideology. Yeah, his ideology winning. Any actor he deems useful for that, he'll give a pass to. Any actor he seems as an obstacle, he'll push back against, even if they're making good points. Then it's just an ideologue. Then he's just an ideologue, and he's presupposing the answer. Because if there's someone who he's pushing back against, who's making a reasonably like a sound argument against something that he is saying, then Vosh just in that case would just not care about the truth. He just cares about pushing his ideology. Would be great. I personally think on the merits of the arguments would be far more progressive society. Well, yeah, I mean, I don't know. Facts seem to usually be like far more left leaning. No idea what I missed. Sorry, I was watching BoJack. Yeah, but just I don't know. This is just a blatantly wrong reading. I mean, like it's kind of. I mean, he'll say about Destiny or other arguments that he's making a conservative argument rather than arguing the validity of the argument because it's against his ideology and not rationally inconsistent. Gotcha. And it could even be position by position, not ideology-wide, but Vosh will still endorse whatever furthers his positions. He's not focused on intent as much as the impact on furthering his goals. He'd probably be willing to lie if it means succeeding. Greater good thing. But then, this is worse than what I'm assuming. This is actually less charitable than my read. Because that means that then in that case, he actually doesn't care about the truth, even though he says he does. Like, in that case, he actually fundamentally, like, if we were to take that to be true, then he actually fundamentally would not care about the truth. He wouldn't. He would care more just about furthering his positions, which he believes are true, but given the fact that he doesn't feel that he needs to be able to prove them in all instances, then he would be able to basically, like, then he would sign off on any world where he would be able, like, even if he lied to achieve his goals, as long as he believes are good, regardless of whether or not he's proven it to be the case, then he would go with it. Well, he says he believes that there is no truth, only power. All right, well, I have to go off of what he just argued, because he just argued these are contradictory statements based on his actions, right? He cannot say that he cares only about, that he primarily cares about the truth, and that he primarily only cares, and that he doesn't care about intent. Vosh would bring up an example like this. Everyone else is already lying. Would you campaign on lies if it meant getting into power and passing universal health care? Where does purity get us? I mean, because the reason is you want to be able to actually... I'm trying to think of like a really good example. The reason why is because if you don't actually meaningfully convince the majority, like this is the problem with, this is what you have to do when you live in a democracy, right? Because if you're able to get some kind of political change in a democracy where most people don't actually agree with what you do, or most people don't actually like understand why the thing that you did is good, then you could just end up in a position where people end up very easily changing their minds and removing that thing that people put there, right? Like, this is a really big problem for a lot of current political issues where it's like people want to just move past them, but there's like a substantive amount of our population that just hasn't been moved on them, you know? He didn't say that he primarily cares about the truth. He says that he's done a commendable job sorting out the truth in situations. Wait, what? Vosh does come off as he'd be willing to lie so long as it suits his interests, and those lies could not impede the ingress on them. I feel like that's quite uncharitable. IDK, wait, which part of it? Vosh's balance optics first and trust is good optics. so trust is byproduct. Wait, what? I don't think that he'll lie. It's just that he'll make the argument that he thinks will convince everyone else, not the one that actually caused him to come to his belief. But I don't think that that's the case, right? Like, it's because, like, we're not talking about, like, that's, like, different. You're not talking about, like, we're not talking about optics here necessarily. We're talking about, like, what he's primarily focused on. There's a difference. RGR, oh my god, so base people need to understand why we're doing something. Well, I mean, like, the whole point is to be able to, like, articulate to people. Like, if someone asks you why a thing is good and you cannot give them a response that's actually able to meaningfully convince them, then you have failed, right? And ultimately, like, even if you're able to get the goal that you want, it's going to be very short-lived, you know? That's the point. Like, you need to be able to, like, reason other people into, like, why you think a thing is good. Because, like, the thing is, you could just be wrong, right? Like, we all could just be wrong in terms of what we think is, like, ultimately good for society. Like, we can all we all have the capacity to be wrong is the thing, you know? And if you aren't able to justify to other people why you're correct, and the reason why is because you can't even justify to yourself why you're correct, or you can't defend the reason that you give for why you're correct against scrutiny, then I don't actually have a reason to believe why you're saying, like, why what you're saying is good, you know? Especially the other people who might challenge that, or, like, challenge the validity of that, you know? Yeah. Bosch is explicitly willing to emotionally manipulate people into backing his positions, then that is bad and not good. Bosch sees himself as personally a rational actor. He could go research the right answers, then he could use bad arguments, dunk on bad faith actors, or endorse full-on populist grifters if it achieves the outcomes he has personally evaluated to the best of society. But the problem is that any of us can be wrong. He could just be wrong. Like, you have to be able to create an avenue for good faith actors to be able to, like, respond to you and try to improve on your positions if there is a substantive flaw, because there could be a flaw with them. You can't just assume, oh yeah, no, everything that I think is good for society is good, and you can't just leave it at that, right? You have to be able to, like, open yourself up to dialogue with people who do actually have salient criticisms. I understand there's a lot of people out there who don't have salient criticisms, but you need to be able to open yourself up to that dialogue. Like, that needs to be able to happen. Does that make sense? Like, that's the reason why I have the entire process for people, like the verification process in my server, because the whole point is that my positions are living. They evolve with time. And I acknowledge that there could be someone who can come along and give me an argument that does actually change my positions, you know? Like, that is a thing that all of us could do. Just because I feel very strongly, or I've strongly researched or reasoned my way into a position, does not mean I'm going to sit here and say that, oh, well, that's the infallible truth of the universe. Like, anyone could be wrong. If you knew it could achieve a good outcome, would you lie? No. Also, Kantian categorical imperative. Like, I'm not going, like, I'm really against lying. I really do not want to, especially about something I believe. I don't think it would help in the long run to lie. Yeah, like, I just think it's a bad, like, that's the reason why if people ask me questions on stream, I'm always going to be honest with you. Unless you ask me something like, hey, Riley, where do you live? I'm just not going to answer. But, like, if you ask me what I believe on something, I'm going to tell you the truth. Like, that's one of the main things you're going to get from me, is that you will always know with absolute certainty what I believe on things, right? There's never any question about whether or not, there should never be any question about whether or not I am lying to you. I may be wrong, you know? I very well could be wrong on something, but I'll never lie to you about what I believe. Yeah, I agree. There's a difference right here. Destiny and RGR worries it sets a bad precedent. Vosh would say it's efficient at effectively achieving good things in society. So I'm hearing... But Vosh changes his mind many times, just not during a debate. Wait, no, it's not about... Well, hold on. Someone asked me if it's fine to lie, and I agreed to that. I didn't say that Vosh lied. And people are saying that like, oh, well, in Vosh's world, it would be fine to lie. All right. Right now, I'm not making the argument that he's lying. People are right now telling me that like his perception would be that like if you were to tell lies, I guess that like the primary example to go back to like the Republican, the Florida voting election turnout, like regardless of whether or not he knew he was lying in that moment, I don't think that he was lying. I think that this was what he genuinely believed to be true, or at least is what he rationalized himself into believing what he was true, that the Florida election was specifically falsified, or that it was, that the Republicans had tried to meddle to sway the ballots or to sway the election in terms of Bush. Like that was just factually incorrect, right? Like that's a very specific, like that is just wrong, you know? So there, like irrespective of whether or not Vosh lied or not, because like it's a wrong statement. So like to say that he lied would require us to speculate to his intent. And I'll give him charitability and say that he didn't necessarily intend for it to be wrong, but he would probably say that like it doesn't matter as much if he was wrong in that instance. Vosh is utilitarian. Like if it's ultimately able to achieve the outcome that he wants, which I guess in that instance is to sway people away from following destiny. Vosh is a utilitarian. He doesn't care if you're a liar or a grifter or a fascist who makes really bad arguments. If your influence makes people more amicable to socialism, that Vosh is research and supports. Vosh would support your actions. Yeah. Oh, and also, but Vosh changes his mind many times, just not during a debate. But it's not... Hold on. It's not about whether or not he changes his mind. I'm not talking about whether or not he changes his mind. I don't think that I ever brought up... I don't think I ever said that he doesn't change his mind. Yeah, I didn't make that argument. Anyway.
My take.
This is just a blatantly wrong reading of my criticism. I made it explicitly clear to say that my criticism was not that Vosh makes incorrect arguments, and never said that he doesn't care about finding the truth. Just that while I strongly disagree with everyone saying that Vosh would be willing to lie to support his ideology. I'm not sure. All right, so I'm not going to sit here and say that Vosh is willing to lie, but I mean, like, one example. Does anyone remember, like, the Philosophy Tube drama where Destiny was talking to Vosh about the Philosophy Tube videos, where Destiny was like, oh, Philosophy Tube's videos are horseshit and they're bad and they're not good? And Vosh was like, well, I mean, like, it doesn't really, like, you know, in that, like, you know, we should be more charitable to Philosophy Tube because ultimately they bring about better outcomes, right? Like, that's probably, like, a more salient example where it's like Vosh doesn't necessarily... It's not that Vosh would lie in that instance, and there could, you know, we could think of other examples. Or I'm sure that other people could think of examples. This is just the one that comes to my head, right? But, like, it's... Vosh doesn't necessarily care so much about whether or not those arguments are... The arguments that Philosophy Tube makes are salient, and cares more about the fact that he thinks that Philosophy Tube is like a fundamentally like well-natured person, which I'm sure is true, right? Like I'm like no debate there. Like I'm sure that Philosophy Tube is like a well-intentioned person. Oh yeah. Does anyone have a clip of that? But yeah, there's a time where wait, hold on, actually. Hold on, wait a second. I don't think that we actually... Hold on. Let's just go to, like, the Vosh statement about this.
To disagree with.
Okay.
Sometimes, if intellectual honesty is the cost of a successful improvement of the state of humanity, then sometimes that just has to be made.
But again, the only problem that you run into there is...
Okay, so yeah, there's... That, like, that... There you go. Whatever you want to call intellectual honesty, whether it's being wrong or lying or whatever, like, there you go. Like, that's... Like, there it's like Vosh at least is making the argument that intellectual honesty is not needed in his worldview to be able to, like, as long as it brings about, in what his mind, are better outcomes. No, not that Philosophy Tube is well-intentioned. Vosh supports her because she's making rationally bad but optically convincing arguments for the conclusion that Vosh is rationally convinced of. Well, rationally convinced of. That's pulling a lot of weight there, right? Like the conclusions that Vosh is like rationally convinced of. or of perceived good intentions. Like, I do think it's fundamentally has to do with intentions, because again, if Voss just cared about the outcomes, then he wouldn't have as much decisive test of Destiny as he would, right? Like, he would not care as much, because it's pretty hard to look at Destiny and like the totality of his platform and not recognize like the amount of good that's come from it, you know? Like, that does not track. Like, it seems to be primarily what he believes Destiny's intentions are. Except that Destiny is attacking the left. I think that's a heavy reach. If Destiny's attacking the left, then I'm attacking the left. And I don't think that criticizing people who are ideologically aligned with you is the same as attacking them. I think that, like, it's incredibly important to criticize people who you are aligned with to make sure that they're not advocating for bad like arguments or outcomes, right? That's not the same as attacking the left.
That's my take.
This is just a blatantly wrong reading of my criticism. I made it explicitly, I think, Vosh, but that's the thing, right? He perceives Destiny as attacking the left. There's a difference there, right? There's a difference between, like, that goes to intent. Nah, Destiny's rhetoric is damaging to the left. I mean, like, there's some aspects of Destiny's rhetoric, like, sure, things can be criticized about what Destiny engages in as far as, like, rhetoric, but to say that to say A, that he hasn't improved, and to say B, that ultimately that means that he is not like a demonstrable benefit, especially when, like, you know, when the Senate race, like the Georgia Senate race, like, it's really, like, we could probably credit Destiny with having a blue Senate right now, you know? His argument would be that Destiny, a persuasive actor that Vosh respects, is creating an anti-socialist pressure online. He wants Destiny to advocate for socialism. Well, then he needs to he needs to rationalize his way into advocating for socialism. Like, then he needs to just convince Destiny, like, yeah, this is the best thing to argue for. I didn't say that he's overall net negative to the left. Okay, then don't say, well, tough love is one way to put it, lol. I think it is entirely reductive to say that Destiny, by virtue of some of the ways that he engages with online, is like attacking the left, right? Like, there is a difference between sometimes engaging in irresponsible rhetoric. There's a difference between that and to say that, like, oh, this is someone who is, like, antagonistic to the left, who's trying to, like, bring down the left, you know? Okay. Blatantly wrong reading of my criticism. I made it explicitly clear to say that my criticism was, I mean, I don't know. Then to shortcut all this, like, for fuck, I don't want to argue for someone else's position. I think I'm arguing fundamentally for my position, and I think that my arguments are salient. I think that lying or misrepresenting facts for political gain is bad. You should be able to reasonably justify your positions to other people. Like, that this should not, and I think that but that being said, I think that there can be importance to focusing primarily on the intent of the other party, which is something that Destiny does not always do. As in the case with the actual Justice Warrior debate, where I don't think that either of us primarily focus on the intent of the other party, and we offer too much charitability as a result of that. So there can be benefit to trying to first address what you think someone else's intent is, or letting that lead with how you engage in certain dialogue. The problem with that kind of engagement is that can lead to bad outcomes when you are engaging in that same way with good faith actors. That's the issue. If anyone disagree, does anyone disagree with that take? Because I don't think that's a bad reading of either party, and I don't think that that's a bad reading of the pros and cons of either approach. Yeah, I think I agree with that. Wrong read. I don't get it. Is this a joke? I don't get it. I don't even know if I should, like... Yeah, I don't know what this is. You mean like where's the line between like these two things, like these two approaches? Oh, my approach. I mean, like there's two ways to do it. I think that like if you're gonna engage with bad faith actors, I think that Vosh's approach is actually correct. That's the hot take. If you're engaging with primarily bad faith actors, then I think that Vosh's approach is actually incredibly salient. But I think if you're engaging with good faith actors, then you just can't engage in the way that he does. So for me, I'm just gonna not engage with bad faith actors anymore. Like I'm just not going to. But I think that if you're engaging with bad faith actors, then that the whole point is to say that actually Vosh's approach is entirely fine. Like that's the point, right? Like if you're going, like each approach requires just like a different, like you need a fundamentally different approach for dealing with good and bad faith actors. And if you want to be consistent with how you interact with people, because you cannot always tell who's a good or a bad faith actor, then it's good to just try to limit your engagement to people who you reasonably think are of those categories respectfully. I think that's how I'm going to ride that line. Like I'm just not going to engage with bad faith actors or people who I reasonably believe them that to be. And I just am going to, that was what I meant. Yeah. But like Vosh, like if Vosh wants my recommendation, then I would recommend that he, and I think that Pixie, you said this, I'd recommend that he just talk to like fascists, like just talk to fascists and people on the far right who, you know, most people can reasonably surmise are bad faith actors. And if he just does that and he acts the same way he does in every single interaction, then he's probably going to be golden. Like he'll probably be fine because that's what he's good at. But for people like me, where I just want to actually have an engagement on the merits of the issues and not just trying to expose the other party as a bad faith actor, like I just can't interact with those people because that requires an entirely different set of skills. Oh, hey, what's up, Calvin? How you doing? Yeah, so no, that's how I would distinguish those. Hey, my fellow comrades. What if we all became Democrats and fell in line with a moderate messaging that could effectively hook in conservatives and substantially pull them left? Yeah. I don't necessarily think that that never engaging with bad faith actors optimizes for positive impact, but it's definitely a good heuristic, probably a better heuristic than giving equal charitability to everyone. Yeah, because like I don't want to be in a position where basically I have like two modes, good faith mode and bad faith mode, and I have to be able to reasonably switch between those, right? Like, I would just rather, like, limit my engagement to good faith actors, right? But that doesn't mean that people can't go out and, like, engage in the way that Vosh does with bad faith actors, right? Vosh cares a lot about good or bad faith because it predicts how people engage, but he cares about what consequences people... Wait, Vosh... But he cares about what consequences people achieve when determining who to help or who to attack. I get... That just seems to be intent with extra steps. Like that seems to fundamentally just be intent with extra steps. Like if you're saying like, oh, Vosh doesn't actually care about someone's intent. Vosh just cares about what someone is going to like what intent someone is going to bring about. Because I mean, or I don't know, maybe Vosh just doesn't think that it's bad to lie. Maybe that is the thing, or bad to misrepresent facts. Maybe he just doesn't see a harm with that and normalizing that kind of behavior. I see that as like a fundamentally bad thing. Like, I think that is, like, I think that if Vosh wants, like, if that's actually Vosh's position, then I think that's contradictory with the idea that, like, oh, you know, I can be able to lie to be able to achieve the kind of outcomes, or I can be able to misrepresent facts, or it doesn't matter if people who I'm ideologically aligned with misrepresent facts, because that's fundamentally, I would say that's fundamentally opposed to the idea that, like, he just wants to bring about better outcomes, or he cares about people who will bring about better outcomes, because those people will never bring about better outcomes. Truth is instrumental to Vosh, not primary. All right, well, all right. I feel like either everyone is agreeing with me or everyone is fucking with me now. Because I feel like I've said the same thing 20 times over now, and people are not listening to me. I'm just gonna keep editing the video now. Yeah, I'm just gonna keep editing the video because I am talking in circles now. Yeah.
Sexism. That's my take.
This is just a blatantly wrong reading of my criticism. I made it explicitly clear to say that my criticism was not that Vosh makes incorrect arguments, and never said that he doesn't care about finding the truth. Just that while he does care about the truth, he seems to care more about the intent of the people that he engages with, specifically exposing bad faith actors in mainstream political discourse. I also specifically was not arguing that his approach was a bad one. I wrote this up the day after my debate with actual Justice Warrior because I think Vosh's approach is ultimately better when dealing with a bad faith actor. The point was to say that this approach can sometimes also lead to issues when dealing with good faith actors who raise otherwise substantive criticisms, which ironically was the case here. The whole point was that this was supposed to be complimentary and constructive. This just feels like a shitty way to be treated when ultimately all I tried to do was to help. I even expressly reached out to say that I'd be available to chat if he wanted to before this, and he never responded. If this is how he deals with constructive criticism, then I just don't want to be involved with him.
Have you seen...
Oh, and then also... Plus, it's negligent to call... Plus, it's negligent to jokingly call me sexist to an audience primed to dislike me already, since it may be echoed unironically. Unironically.
Have you seen RGR's tweet that kind of explains the difference in your approach to Steven's approach?
Yes, I respectfully disagree. My principal criticism of Destiny is that he is not interested in finding the truth when it comes to interacting with lefties. I think he's incredibly hateful towards them, and it makes him say incredibly stupid stuff. So the dichotomy that was laid out by RGR honestly felt to me like a very nice version of, like, men and women aren't better or worse than each other. Men are logical and women are emotional.
Yeah, I'll take out this last aspect.
Well, you know, that's
Okay, do not wall of text. Stop it. Stop taking up the entirety of my chat, all right? People, keep it to, like, a second or less.
kind of how it
Or, sorry, keep it to, like, a couple sentences, all right?
felt a little bit to me. Like, oh yeah, Vosh is like the emotional one.
Lefty mean. Oh my god.
So which I reject that criticism. In short,
Yeah.
I have been sexist against. I have been the victim of sexism. That's my take.
This is just a blatantly wrong reading of my criticism. I made it explicitly clear to say that my criticism was not that Vosh makes incorrect arguments, and never said that he doesn't care about finding the truth. Just that while he does care about the truth, he seems to care more about the intent of the people that he engages with, specifically exposing bad faith actors in mainstream political discourse. I also specifically was not arguing that his approach was a bad one. I wrote this up the day after my debate with actual Justice Warrior because I think Vosh's approach is ultimately better when dealing with a bad faith actor. The point was to say that this approach can sometimes also lead to issues when dealing with good faith actors who raise otherwise substantive criticisms, which ironically was the case here. The whole point was that this was supposed to be complimentary and constructive. This just feels like a shitty way to be treated when ultimately all I tried to do was to help. I even expressly reached out to say that I'd be available to chat if he... Okay, let's see. constructive. This just feels like a shitty way to be treated when ultimately all I tried to do was to help. I even expressly reached out to say I even expressly reached out to say that I'd be available to chat if he wanted to before this, and he never responded. Plus, it's tried to do was to help. I even expressly reached out to say that I'd be available to chat if he wanted to before this, and he never responded. Plus, it's negligent to jokingly call me sexist to an audience primed to dislike me already, since it may be echoed unironically. If this is how he deals with constructive criticism, then I just don't want to be involved with him. Okay, that's clear.
That's my take.
This is just a blatantly wrong reading of my criticism. I made it explicitly clear to say that my criticism was not that Vosh makes incorrect arguments. My criticism was not that Vosh. It's basically clear to say my criticism. Make explicitly clear to say that my. Clear to say that my criticism was not that Vosh makes incorrect arguments. How do I do this? Okay, hold on. I think I know what to do. The line numbers paid off, people. Line numbers paid off. Lines 20 to 23. Oh, shit. It actually mattered. It actually mattered. Specific references for the win. It's so good. It's explicitly clear to say that my criticism was not that Vosh makes incorrect arguments, and never said that he doesn't care about finding the truth. Just the power of specificity shall set us free, lads. clear to say that my criticism was not that Vosh makes incorrect arguments, and never said that he doesn't care about finding the truth. Just that while he does care about the truth, he seems to care more about the intent of the people that he engages with, specifically exposing bad faith actors in mainstream political discourse. I also specifically was not arguing that his approach was a bad one. I wrote this up the day after my debate with Actual Justice Warrior because I think Vosh's approach is ultimately better when dealing with a bad faith actor. The point was to say that this approach can
One of the issues that I have with your content, Destiny, is sometimes it feels like you sacrifice political efficacy for the image of correctness, even if that line between technical correctness and rhetorically or politically efficacious but somewhat misleading is ultimately meaningless.
That's because my goal isn't to get an audience of 20,000 brain-dead lefties that all just want to hear me circle jerk the popular lefty take of the news. I want to be able to reach. I want to be able to reach. Yeah, and that's not happening on YouTube. Okay, my goal isn't to just get a whole bunch of people that already agree with me and then just give them our version of the facts. I want to be able to have it so that if somebody is in the middle or even on the right listening to me debate, at the very least, I want them to walk away ass mad that everything I said was correct, and at the very least, they're going to have to wrestle with that in their head.
The people you debate don't give a fuck whether or not they lost.
I don't care about the people I debate. It's about the people.
You just said you want them to leave ASMAT.
The people that are fans of the people that I debate. This is more specifically what I'm talking about.
They don't care. They just care that you were loud and you talked more than them and you interrupted and you're short.
True.
And you have a daughter in your basement.
No, what people care about is if they have some hero content creator and that content creator goes up and debates someone else and they sound dumb, the person that's a fan of that person will feel dumb. And that's a frustrating experience when your heroic content creator gets trumped by some other guy that makes it sound like they know more facts.
People being made to feel dumb, especially if you're arguing with conservatives, has less to do with the extent to which you adhere to factual information and much more to do with how much better you look than them. And that's a rhetoric game.
Sure, it can be, but the factual, it can be two ends of that. Sometimes they both can help, sure, but matched with somebody else that is even somewhat rhetorically effective and you have like bad facts on your side, like it's going to be really hard for you to win that argument. So like if we're right now, if I were to say, because we've both been calm, if I were to say that we were like rhetorically even-footed, right? If I were just spamming this tweet over and over again on my stream, so I haven't shown this tweet on my stream, but if I was spamming this one earlier, I think I would have won our earlier argument about you being hypocritical about your messaging, because this kind of yeah. Well, yeah, I linked you the tweet in your thing. You don't have to show on a stream or whatever. But like, if I were to show a tweet like this like contradicts almost everything that you said earlier, and I'd be like, aha, I won, and then I could hang up and be like, see, he's a hypocrite, right?
It's from more than a year ago. Hold on. Remember, being a billionaire is a choice. Extracting surplus labor is a choice. Lobbying politicians is a choice. Not paying a living wage is a choice. Take some responsibility. You have full control of your enterprise, and then it's the smiling, blushing face. I'm pretty sure this is a word for word meme adaptation of one of those being poor is a choice, etc., things. So you're flipping the script on that. I don't know.
Wait, hold on. To be clear, this tweet, I think you believe in the messaging of this. If you say differently, I don't believe you. I think you believe in the messaging of this. But this tweet is completely and totally 180 degrees from what you said earlier, where it's like, oh, well, everybody just lives in the system. They should do what they can to live in the system and to do the best they can. This is a completely contradictory.
Hold on. Yeah. There are still bad things that you can do within the system, obviously. I mean, there are unethical things which are legal. You can legally do those things. So I didn't say everything. But
am I being more charitable to Vosh than Vosh is? Because it doesn't seem like Vosh actually fundamentally cares about the truth. It seems like he cares about it to the extent that it's actually gonna win his side. Am I actually like am I being more charitable to Vosh than Vosh is? I'm getting a snack. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. I'm gonna get a snack. But then how do you know what a positive end is? Like, what if you're just wrong about what you believe a positive end is? I don't want to be the purest socialist in the concentration camp. Well, sure, but you should be able to argue. You should be able to reasonably advocate against... Like, let me be clear. If you are not able to advocate for, like, against fascism in a way where you have to lie, then you have failed, all right? You need to be able to... Like, that should be the lowest bar, right? Like, you should reasonably be able to advocate against fascism, against putting people in concentration camps without having to lie or without having to misrepresent facts, right? Like, you should be able to do that. That's not a really big ask, you know? Vosh would say the people who need to be convinced aren't convinced by the truth. Well, then you can't misrepresent the truth in the course of convincing them. That's a problem with rhetoric, but you never, ever, ever should sacrifice the truth for your rhetoric. All right? Rhetoric is important, sure, but you have to begin ground level, like square one, with what is true, and then build your rhetoric from there. All right? If someone's being put in a camp, they aren't being rational, you can't ration them back. Vosh, probably. But you shouldn't have to lie or misrepresent facts in the course of getting there, in the course of preventing that from happening. Rhetoric is the way to make facts look more appealing. Yes, but yeah. That's a good way to put it, right? But you have to make sure that you're actually relying on salient facts to begin with. This is your fundamental disagreement. You're a deontologist and he's a consequentialist. Anti-populist nerdy libtube text, please. And then we'll be against the weird populist nozzle convergent evolution that comes in 2023. True. But does he really misrepresent the truth? Does he add emotional appeal to get arguments without touching on the rational justification? I mean, it's like he seems to be making the argument here that he doesn't care about it as much. So if he isn't arguing like what is saliently true, or if he isn't able to articulate what's saliently, like what he believes to be true because he hasn't like thought his way through it, then it doesn't actually matter. Like that I don't know what you need, people. Like these are his words. We can go back to the quote from years ago, but I don't think I'm misrepresenting his positions. He seems to be a lot more willing to rationally debate when he's with someone who he generally agrees with, but only cares about convincing when arguing against a conservative. Why, though, is it bad to sacrifice truth for rhetoric when sacrificing truth would lead to good outcomes? It's rare that happens, but hypothetically it's possible. Because then you don't know if what you actually are advocating for is good, right? Like, the reason why I advocate for the things I do is because I have been able to rationalize myself to the best of my ability to believe that they would lead to better outcomes for society. But if you have to lie to advocate for a prescription for society, then I have no reason to believe that you're actually correct and that that prescription would lead to better outcomes for everyone. That's the reason why. Like, you need to be able to articulate the reason why what you're advocating for is good in terms of social policy, because otherwise you could just be wrong. Yeah, Russell is pretty, Russell is pretty good takes. A core example of this dispute between him and Destiny is that Destiny occurs and someone said Breonna Taylor died in bed when she actually died in the hallway, and Vosh considers it irrelevant. But I mean, like, there it is important because, like, here, the bad outcome, I mean, like, I'm speculating. This would be my response in that situation. It is important to make sure that we are not misrepresenting facts, because of the fact that every time that we spread misinformation gives conservatives the ability to be able to point at us and be like, oh, look at them spreading misinformation, right? I don't want to give them meaningful criticisms to make. Like, I don't want people who are otherwise advocating for shitty social policies to have any opportunity to be able to make actually salient criticisms. Amazing, Pixie. Does that make sense? Like, how do you know what is good for society? The way that you know what's good for society is if you're able to reason your way into those prescriptions. If you can't reason your way into that and you have to lie in order to convince other people, or you have to sacrifice some degree of like what the truth is in order to get there, there's no reason to think that you're in the right. You could know the truth but still misrepresent the truth, though? Okay, you want to hear the hot take? There, the issue is that when... Park rank. What happens when you know the truth, but you don't represent the truth, and other people copy what they see from you? What happens when there's a bunch of Vosh clones who go out there, and they can't read his mind and know what's going on up there? So all that they get is what they see on YouTube or whatever. All right? There, the harm specifically is that when you aren't able to actually know what the truth is, like let's say that Vosh actually has perfectly rationally parsed through every single one of his positions, so he doesn't actually care about showing other people why he believes what he does, but he just cares about rhetoric purely at that point, all right? At that point, not only do the people who he is convincing not understand why he believes, like why the things that he's advocating for are correct, but anyone else who goes out and becomes a Vosh clone without naming names ends up doing the exact, like ends up not knowing what those rationales are, and they end up advocating, and they end up leading to even worse outcomes, right? As you get like clones and clones and clones and clones and clones. You end up with a ton of morally lucky people who can't defend their arguments and base their actions on false premises. Yep. Yep. But that's the issue, right? Like, that's what happens. Because none of us are familiar with people who are like that online. Oh, no. No one rationally parses through every single one of their positions. People's positions are all influenced by their actions and emotions. I feel like that's the key thing that needs to be addressed. Yeah, but the point is you don't want to convince people based just on their emotion. You want to make sure, like, again, this is the difference between, like, reasoning and rhetoric. You want to make sure that you have both, and you can do both well, right? You want to make sure that when you are persuading people, that you do have good rhetoric, because that will usually be the thing that actually convinces people. But if you don't actually have good reasoning behind that rhetoric, then you're the same as any other ideologue. You don't actually know if what you're advocating for them to believe is true. Or the other person who you're convincing doesn't actually have any good reason to believe what they believe. And so you end up creating like, like Russell said, you end up creating morally lucky people who can't actually defend anything that they believe. The irony about only caring about rhetoric is that someone who genuinely cares about rhetoric succeeds in not painting themselves as only caring about rhetoric, like, you know, book smarts. Even if Vosh is trying to emotionally persuade people on positions he's rationally arrived at, he spawned a wave of morally lucky emulating streamers who are all oops all populism. Someone could make that a meme, and that would be good. That would be a good meme. Riley, you're against populism, right? Let me think. I mean, I see it's just kind of like a neutral thing. I don't know. I think it can, like, I only care about, like, if it like negatively manifests. I think in a lot of ways that exists online, it exists currently, like, very unhealthily. But I don't want to use that as a way to say that, like, all populism is inherently bad. I feel like I've outpaced him intellectually. Populism is like a force of nature. You can ride the wave in good or bad directions. Yeah, that's basically my understanding of it, right? But a lot of ways that exist online currently are very unhealthy. Interesting. Anyway.
Have you seen RGR's tweet that kind of explains the difference in your approach to Steven's approach?
Yeah, so I respectfully disagree. My principal criticism of Destiny is that he is not interested in finding the truth when it comes to interacting with lefties. I think he's incredibly hateful towards them, and it makes him say incredibly stupid stuff. So the dichotomy that was laid out by RGR honestly felt to me like a very nice version of, like, men and women aren't better or worse than each other. Men are logical and women are emotional, you know? That's kind of how it felt a little bit to me. Like, oh yeah, Vosh is like the emotional one, which I reject that criticism. In short, I have been sexist against. I have been the victim of sexism. That's my take.
This is just a blatantly wrong reading of my criticism. I made it explicitly clear to say that my criticism was not that Vosh makes incorrect arguments, and never said that he doesn't care about finding the truth. Just that while he does care about the truth, he seems to care more about the intent of the people that he engages with, specifically exposing bad faith actors in mainstream political discourse. I also specifically was not arguing that his approach was a bad one. I wrote this up the day after my debate with Actual Justice Warrior because I think Vosh's approach is ultimately better when dealing with a bad faith actor. The point was to say that this approach can sometimes also lead to issues when dealing with good faith actors who raise otherwise substantive criticisms, which ironically was the case here. The whole point was that this was supposed to be complimentary and constructive. This just feels like a shitty way to be treated when ultimately all I tried to do was to help. I even expressly reached out to say that I'd be available to chat if he wanted to before this, and he never responded. Plus, it's negligent to jokingly call me sexist to an audience primed to dislike me already, since it may be echoed unironically. If this is how he deals with constructive criticism, then I just don't want to be involved with him. Yeah, alright. Outpace intellectually. How many people, hold on, how many people in chat? I've seen outpace intellectually a lot. Yeah. Don't do that. This isn't Destiny's community. I mean, like, it's funny because, like, yeah, you should never say that you're outpacing someone intellectually. It's kind of like the thing, like, what is it when it's like the no one should have, what's the quote? There's a quote that's like, no one who's no true leader should ever have to declare themselves as a ruler. Isn't it something like, no true king should ever have to declare themselves as a king? Like, what's that line? There's like a specific quote though. No smart person should need to declare their intelligence. Yeah, I mean, like that's the idea, right? Like that's the idea. But there's like a quote that's kind of that I'm thinking back to. But yeah, like no. Anyone who says I am the king is no true. What's that adorable? Not sure if that was intentional or not.
People, you know, like that's exactly what he's doing, basically. I don't really give a fuck. I feel like I've outpaced him intellectually at this point because he's so spike-driven that he makes like horrible fucking takes.
Dude, I hope people don't think that. Fuck, I hope. Yeah, I mean, like it's funny because I mean, like regardless of whether or not you believe this to be true, you should never have to. You should never say this, right? Yeah, someone pretty sympathetic. Vosh, that was a pretty bad thing to say. Yeah, like. Irrespective of whether or not you think it says don't know, yeah, I know. I don't know, I think we're moments in humility when it can be almost as harmful as hubris sometimes, but the spamming is unproductive. Yeah, then just, all right, then drop it. If you go to DGG, I'm sure you can there, and people will like you for it, but this ain't, yeah. I don't know. All right, here's what I'm just gonna say. I'm just gonna leave it as simple. I don't know. It just hurt. Or I don't know. I tried and I just feel hurt. Yeah. I think that's the all right. There you go. That's the best way to do it. It's like. How's that? Is that better? Who suggested that? Zitch? Ironically. I don't know. I tried and I just feel hurt. Access to an audience primed to dislike me already, since it may be echoed unironically. I don't know. I tried and I just feel hurt. Is that fine? I think I'm... like, I think I'm in my right to feel hurt about this. Like, I don't think it's unreasonable to feel hurt about this when I don't feel like I'm... Like, when I genuinely made an effort and I don't feel like I was actually understood or responded to. And also casually conflated, compared to sexism. Like... I think this is an entirely reasonable response.
Have you seen RGR's tweet that kind of explains the difference in your approach to Steven's approach?
Yes, I respectfully disagree. My principal criticism of Destiny is that he is not interested in finding the truth when it comes to interacting with lefties. I think he's incredibly hateful towards them, and it makes him say incredibly stupid stuff. So the dichotomy that was laid out by RGR honestly felt to me like a very nice version of, like, men and women aren't better or worse than each other. Men are logical and women are emotional, you know? That's kind of how it felt a little bit to me. Like, oh yeah, Vosh is like the emotional one, which I reject that criticism. In short, yeah. I have been sexist against. I have been the victim of sexism. That's my take.
This is just a blatantly wrong reading of my criticism. I made it explicitly clear to say that my criticism was not that Vosh makes incorrect arguments, and never said that he doesn't care about finding the truth. Just that while he does care about the truth, he seems to care more about the intent of the people that he engages with, specifically exposing bad faith actors in mainstream political discourse. I also specifically was not arguing that his approach was a bad one. I wrote this up the day after my debate with Actual Justice Warrior because I think Vosh's approach is ultimately better when dealing with a bad faith actor. The point was to say that this approach can sometimes also lead to issues when dealing with good faith actors who raise otherwise substantive criticisms, which ironically was the case here. The whole point was that this was supposed to be complimentary and constructive. This just feels like a shitty way to be treated when ultimately all I tried to do was to help. I even expressly reached out to say that I'd be available to chat if he wanted to before this, and he never responded. Plus, it's negligent to jokingly call me sexist to an audience primed to dislike me already, since it may be echoed unironically. I don't know. I tried and I just feel hurt. All right, thank you. I mean, like, I blocked him. I don't know. Like, I don't want to... I mean, I feel like it just wouldn't be good for me to interact with him. Like, if this is going to be the way that he interacts with all I don't know. Like, I'm not saying this, like, be morally whatever. Yeah, all right, then you just got here. All right, you're missing a lot of discussion. Wait, what? Honestly, it feels weird when all these Twitch people will reply and say things about each other while chatting on stream before they talk to the person they're talking about privately. I need to talk to RGR before I say anything publicly about it. It's not that hard. It's yeah. No, I get that. Oh, well, hold on, Dave. We watched a lot more of it earlier. Afterwards, it kind of gets away from me. So this seems to be all the discussion that was just about me. Like, yeah, we're just like, this seems to be the entirety of the discussion. I mean, like, yeah, there's more afterwards that pertains to me, but this is like the substance of it. Okay. I mean, I feel like if I do, I don't know. Like, again, people, I already reached out to him to talk to him, and he didn't respond to me. I don't know what you want from me. Like, you're saying, oh, I feel like it would be really good to have a talk with him. I reached out to him. Yeah, like, I don't know. I'm just not sure if I could have, like, a constructive conversation where, like, I don't know. Like, how about this? If Vosh can actually demonstrate that he's willing to, like, listen to my arguments and try to understand me, then I'll entertain a conversation. But, like, again, people, I don't know how much I need to say this. Yeah, he hasn't, but that he might? Well, then why didn't he sooner? I mean, like, sure, if he replies to me. But the point is he hasn't. You're all telling me, oh, Riley, it would be really good for you to have a conversation with him. I literally reached out when I sent this out, and I feel like I don't think it's a big stretch to say that he's aware that I reached out to him, you know? Like, and I know that he's going, like, I can tell you how the conversation is going to go over. It's going to be very little, like, focus on him and his rhetoric, and it's going to be much more, but what about Destiny? That's the way it's going, like, that's the way this conversation is going to go over. And also, if he tries to give me this, oh, but the truth doesn't always matter if I'm trying to push, like, fundamentally better means, then I'm just going to disagree with him. I messaged him on Twitter. He's currently doing a drinking game with Chew on Head about TP, but he did mention you. Well, what did he mention about me? Because, I mean, like, right now, it just fundamentally hurts that, like, he would go on and say this and, like, be very, like, let me be clear. Like, I don't know. Do y'all think that it's unreasonable? Like, do y'all think it's cool to casually say that, like, to casually, like, compare someone to doing a sexism when they otherwise have only tried to be kind to you and provide constructive criticism? Like, I don't think. Personally, I feel Scummy essentially said, Riley, Vosh might keep hurting you, but you can fix him. Yeah, that's kind of what it feels like, right? Like, I don't have any obligation to, like, work on this person who's, like, already hurt me, you know? Like, what, like, it... How about this? You know what? I'm gonna make this super clean. Honestly, I think he was kidding. Then he acted negligently. Then I would say this is absolutely negligent when he's talking to an audience of people who already don't like me or who are already primed to not like me and who might start like harassing me unironically, right? Like the same thing happened with like the exact same thing happened with the video that Mo put up about that included discussion about like my involvement with Calvin. Like, even if Mo, as reasonable as he was in that conversation, like even if Mo would try to be like very reasonable with criticisms that he levied against me, I absolutely was harassed after the fact. Like, you can go look at the video that I put up just talking about it, and I was as reasonable as I could fucking hope to be in that video, and it's been ratioed into the dirt, and every single comment is talking about how terrible I handled the situation, right? Like, this is absolutely negligent. Then, listen, I blocked him on Twitter until such a time. Listen, I feel like I have been wronged. I'm blocking him on Twitter until such a time where he makes an actual effort to understand and be responsive to my arguments and apologize for the comment. That's it. All right. Good, unironic. In fact, here, I'll just make the ask extremely clear. I feel like I've been hurt and not heard, and until such a time where I can get like an apology for the negligent comments and like some degree of understanding from him, then I'm just gonna block him on Twitter. There we go. That's the ask. Like, actually try to understand my arguments and don't make negligent comments about me to thousands of people before you start talking about me. By blocking him on Twitter, he can email me about it. Listen, I'm not going to interact with someone like I'm just not. Then he can email me. Who are we talking about? We're talking about Vosh. Voosh. But like, I'm not going to try and reach out to someone who I think has wronged me. I don't think I have any obligation to. I'm sorry. I just get hurt. I feel like I've been hurt and not. I feel like I've been hurt and not heard, and until such a time where I can get like an apology for the negligent comments and like some degree of understanding from him, then I'm just gonna block him on Twitter. Yeah, I think that's I think that's absolutely healthy. I think that's absolutely a healthy way to approach this.
Have you seen RGR's tweet that kind of explains the difference in your approach to Steven's approach?
Yes, I respectfully disagree. My principal criticism of Destiny is that he is not interested in finding the truth when it comes to interacting with lefties. I think he's incredibly hateful towards them, and it makes him say incredibly stupid stuff. So the dichotomy that was laid out by RGR honestly felt to me like a very nice version of like, men and women aren't better or worse than each other. Men are logical and women are emotional, you know? That's kind of how it felt a little bit to me. Like, oh yeah, Vosh is like the emotional one, which I reject that criticism. In short, yeah. I have been sexist against. I have been the victim of sexism. That's my take.
This is just a blatantly wrong reading of my criticism. I made it explicitly clear to say that my criticism was not that Vosh makes incorrect arguments, and never said that he doesn't care about finding the truth. Just that while he does care about the truth, he seems to care more about the intent of the people that he engages with, specifically exposing bad faith actors in mainstream political discourse. I also specifically was not arguing that his approach was a bad one. I wrote this up the day after my debate with actual Justice Warrior because I think Vosh's approach is ultimately ultimately better when dealing with a bad faith actor. The point was to say that this approach can sometimes also lead to issues when dealing with good faith actors who raise otherwise substantive criticisms, which ironically was the case here. The whole point was that this was supposed to be complimentary and constructive. This just feels like a shitty way to be treated when ultimately all I tried to do was to help. I even expressly reached out to say that I'd be available to chat if he wanted to before this, and he never responded. Plus, it's negligent to jokingly call me sexist to an audience primed to dislike me already, since it may be echoed unironically. I don't know. I tried and I just feel hurt. I feel like I've been hurt and not heard, and until such a time where I can get like an apology for the negligent comments and like some degree of understanding from him, then I'm just gonna block him on Twitter. There you go. RGR, have you thought about talking to Bookfucker? See, I mean, if Booksmart, listen, the way that I have this set up is that anyone with the public figure role who's in my server can talk to me anytime I'm on stream. Like, yeah, if Booksmarts ever wants to talk about it, then Booksmarts can literally, could jump in right now if he wanted to, you know?
Have you seen RGR's tweet that kind of explains the difference in your approach to Steven's approach?
Yes, I respect him. That's my take.
Lead to issues when dealing with good faith actors who raise otherwise substantive criticisms, which ironically was the case here. The whole point was that this was supposed to be complimentary and constructive. I'm just gonna block him on Twitter. Okay. Oh, nice. Well then, hey, can we get some, I don't know if Booksmarts would see this, but let's get some, I don't know, some kind of birthday hype in chat for him. Because Booksmarts is a good guy, and yeah, no, it's all good. Nice. There you go. All right. Well, in the meanwhile, back to here then, right? Just picking up where we left off, I assume. I will not be surprised if he wants to talk to you. All right, well then, I want to at least see a reasonable effort to actually understand and be responsive to my arguments. And like, also, I kind of want an apology, right? Like, the way that he discussed that is absolutely like negligent. So like, if he wants to, like, I want to, like, I don't want to be treated like a bad faith actor when I just tried to help. Like, that seems like a pretty shitty way to be treated, you know? So sure, if he wants to, then fine, but I would say that there's a bit of burden on him. I'm in Booksmarts, I'm not sure how Vosh will react. Oh, yeah, well, I tried to make it, like, accessible to Vosh, but whatever.
Thoughts on the topic.
Hi, my name is Destiny. You can find me at twitch.tv/Destiny, youtube.com/Destiny, or Instagram or TikTok.com/Destiny. Are we Destiny, or Instagram or TikTok.com/Destiny.
Yeah, Mo is Yeah, Mo uses they them pronouns. Vosh will probably react badly. All right, well then that'll make the calculus really easy for me.
Are we I'm broadly considered like a social democrat, and I'm pretty far left-leaning socially. I'm fairly left-leaning economically, depending on who you talk to. And who you talk to. In terms of critical race theory, I think that a lot of the in terms of race theory, I think that a lot of the fundamental.
Bosch did say that he had no issues with RGR. You can't say that you have no issues with someone and say that you've been misogynied. All right, you can't do that. Like, I can't just sit here and say, like, oh, yeah, you know, like, Vosh is a racist, fascist, pedophile. And then it'd be like, oh, but, you know, I don't actually have any problems with him, right? Like, and people obviously do not take that to be like, oh, that's actually what I think of him. Like, obviously, I'm using that as, like, an example that, like, if you say certain things, like, if you make claims against someone, then, and, like, it's very, like, you can't just turn around and be like, oh, but actually, I don't mean that negative thing if it goes directly contrary to what you had already said, right? Yeah. For the love of God, push the space bar to play it each time you click the button with the... I'm sorry. Wait, does that work?
Assumptions that critical race theory asserts are probably pretty, like, agreeable to most people. I think that some of the... people. I think that some of the ways that it's played out publicly is maybe been a little bit problematic. So like some of the, like we read through some of the curriculum for some math stuff today that was pretty cringy. But in standard fashion, conservatives like hyper exaggerate some of these negative parts or make some stuff up, like that guy Tucker Carlson does.
I feel actually better listening to Destiny because I always am like very hypercritical that I and like a lot, and I don't know, it's nice seeing like someone else do it too. In a weird way. It's like, okay, you know, if Destiny is doing it, then like it is obviously something to still work on, but you know, I don't feel like I'm acting like as uncharacteristically for, you know, what I'm like what's expected of me at this point.
So yeah, I'll probably be advocating, broadly speaking, for the concept of critical race theory.
Like, you know, whatever. Like, yeah, totally.
While acknowledging that it has some problematic implementations that we can improve on.
How I feel every time I come on voice. Everyone has this problem. It's just, I don't know. I mean, like, for me, this is kind of like why I like editing out all the ums and ahs and likes, because like, because ultimately to me, the ideas are what's the most important, right? OMG, totally. Like, for sure. Like, I don't know. So, like, whatever. My unironic lecturers in law school use like every 4 sentences or so. You're not uncharacteristic at all. Nice.
We can improve on.
Okay, next we're gonna moving over to actual justice warrior, also known as Sean, and his co-host, the Skeleton.
Yeah, so I'm Sean. You can find me on YouTube at the YouTube channel Actual Justice Warrior. I'm libertarian leaning, conservative.
Honestly, it'd be weird to meet someone who doesn't use filler words. I just try not to, but I fail. It's one of those things where it's probably better to like strive to not use filler words, but like but knowing that that's probably never going to be something you're going to be able to like, but knowing that that's not going to be something that you're going to be able to 100% achieve perfectly, it's just something to better strive towards, if that makes sense.
I'm libertarian leaning, conservative, whatever you want to call it. Doesn't really matter.
Contra was given the expectations of a god, failed them, and then was crucified for it. True. All streamers / YouTubers are just people. Lifting them up has only caused problems for the creators and the people they influence. Yeah. You know? Now that it's been brought up, we're all going to notice every time you say like an for the next 3 minutes. Yeah, I know, right? I noticed that some people can make their use of filler words flow better, where some people, whereas with other people, it breaks up the flow like me. It just depends. Yee. Also, how are we doing in terms of like views and whatnot? I'm actually curious. I haven't really been paying attention. It's like 55 on YouTube, 38 on Twitch. Nice. If you're watching, join Discord if you haven't already. I don't know what you're doing if you haven't, but if you're wondering where the chat is above me, it's in discord.gg/RGR.
As for my position on critical race theory and whether or not it should be taught in our public schools, the answer is absolutely not. I don't want conspiracy theories taught in our school. Conspiracy theories, no, not. I don't want. Absolutely not. I don't.
This was one point where... So what's your YouTube description? Wait, what do you mean what's my YouTube description? Oh, that's weird. Yeah, hold on. Yeah, that's super fucking weird. Yeah, I have literally no idea. Boom. I knew someone who talked really slow so as not use filler words. It was interesting, though they still had moments where they used fillers. Interesting. Let's see. I'm going to put a marker here.
I don't want conspiracy theories taught in our school. I don't want an insane racist dogma being taught in our schools.
Spoke really quietly.
I don't want an insane racist dogma being taught in our schools, so I will be coming out 100%. Against it, and not against it, and not. Against it, and not just for its impact on white students. There's actually elements of critical race theory that are incredibly harmful for Black people, the very same people that supposedly this framework is designed to help and appeal to.
Wonderful. Wonderful. Thank you for throwing it back to me when I just. Thank you for throwing it back to me when I just put some chips in my mouth. Now, Now we're gonna throw it over to Riley. One of my close personal friends.
Amazing. Oh my God! Thanks, Zone. I appreciate it. I need it. Oh my God! Thank you. Yeah. Hey everyone. My name is Riley. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. Hey everyone. My name is Riley Grace Rochong. I talk about largely law and public. Talk about largely law and public policy. I'm a dual JD Masters in Public Policy student here in Maryland. I'm involved in Maryland politics, and I talk about, I just try to read up. Talk about, I just try to read up on academic literature and see what good policy is what. So on critical race theory, what? Policy is what. So on critical race theory, and I'm gonna race theory, and I'm gonna be trying to do the best I can, because like some people, like I worry that in a lot of these conversations, people will accuse each other of like straw manning. But here, from listening, from listening to a lot of different perspectives on critical race theory, it seems that there's not like one coherent definition of what it is, which still seems to be the case. And a lot of people take it to mean very different things. Yeah, thanks, Russell. Yeah, I mean, drop it. I'm going to upload the clip. I'm not sure if it'll be able to go up on YouTube since it's longer than a minute, but it'll go up on TikTok and Twitter. Which is probably all that it needs to. It is, and a lot of people take it to mean very different things. So just based... So... things. So just based on what I've heard, here's kind of like here's kind of like the major tenets, right? It's like it's like systemic racism exists in the US today through our legal system, which is something I agree with. A reason which is something I agree with. A reason that systemic racism exists is because even if we don't have laws which explicitly discriminate against people of color, we still have laws which disparately impact people of color, and we have not adequately dealt with the effects of those laws which did explicitly discriminate against people of color, which I also agree with. True. Which I also agree with. Some things I don't agree with. Are like that the reasons that systemic racism exists, which is pushed by some people, you hear that like racism is inherent in society since it benefits white people. That's an argument that people make that I disagree with. People argue that make that I disagree with. People argue that white people do not fight against racism since they're not incentivized to, which there can be some arguments to make there, but I probably wouldn't agree in some of the ways I've heard it made, and that systemic racism is done in order to prevent like the rise of communism. And this is where you hear a lot of people arguing that like, critical race theory is inherently linked to like Marxism, right? To some extent, right? To some extent, like a materialist analysis can be beneficial, but there are some people who actually will go out and like make a lot of like very far left arguments, which I think I'm broadly opposed to. Broadly opposed to. So those are like what critical race theory is. Is it being taught? Yeah, I just want to be clear. Like, note, like, I do try to define what critical CRT is at the beginning. Just because I know that people are like, oh, Riley, we're you were saying that we should throw out the baby with the bathwater, or you're saying that we're throwing out the baby with the bathwater without suggesting what the baby is, but I feel like I did there, right? Although like I think that given the conversation I had with like Joe Lewis and Scott the other day, that there are other places where my knowledge of it could improve, right? The talk with Joe Lewis was solid, by the way. I love. Yeah, no, the talk with Joe Lewis was awesome. Is it being taught to children? So like teaching it in schools? No, it's not being taught in schools. No, it's not being taught in schools. It's being taught primarily at the graduate level. Should it be taught at the graduate level? Probably. I mean, like in this level. Probably. I mean, like in the same way that we teach lots of different things at graduate level to people who are able to access them, and all that's to be said that like you know, people usually said that like no people said that like people usually are bringing this up now as kind of like a way to focus on like lower schools to try and prevent the teaching of any kind of racism, and we probably shouldn't allow that to happen since this isn't really a problem at like the K through 12 education level. So, you know, we want to make sure that we're still teaching about racism in schools. Yeah, that makes sense. I think that tracks because like most of the conversation I had with like Joe Lewis was basically just arriving at the conclusion that like, oh, a lot of this is just trying to like describe a certain reality and not prescribe based on it, right? Like it's just a way to be able to like call attention to things that normally go unnoticed. That seems to be the case. Racism in schools, and it would probably be reasonable to keep this to like more graduate levels. levels. Those are broadly my thoughts.
Wonderful. Wonderful. Now that we're
Thoughts?
wonderful. Now that we're done with introductions, I guess we're just gonna. I guess we're just gonna throw it over to general discussion. I'm gonna ask you. Discussion. I'm gonna ask you all that. Of course, while it's not all that. All that. Of course, while it's not a rule to be nice, make sugar your favorite spice.
I've cut out so many uhs. It's a good tool for analysis, not so much for prescribing change. Gotcha.
Your favorite spice. You may all begin.
Okay, so
I'll begin.
Okay, so I just want to make a couple of things clear. Critical race theory is not teaching about the civil rights history of the United States.
All right, hold on. I need to.
Critical race theory is not teaching about the civil rights history of the United States of America.
This is weird. There's also the poor optics examples of CRT using language that's easily misunderstood, like the Smithsonian pamphlet about whiteness. Yeah, I gotcha. No, I mean, like, there are a lot of, like, super cringe representations of it, right? We were watching some of them on stream before the panel. I absolutely don't dispute that. It's just a matter of, like, you know, there's a difference between people poorly representing what an idea is and that idea in and of itself, you know? Does that make sense? Like, there's a fundamentally, like, and this is true for anything, right? Like, this is why it's very important to always ask, like, all right, is this like actually representative of the idea, or is this just like a poor representation of it? Because like throughout a lot of debate, we're talking about like individual people. Like, that's where a lot of the discussion is, like, it's like, oh, this is all one person, you know, this is one person, one founding author, two founding authors are representative of the entire field, when those may not be representative of the full field, or, I mean, as is the case here, you might just be misquoting that person blatantly, right? Yeah. Some academic language should definitely be kept in the ivory tower because of how easily it can be misconstrued. That makes sense. I think I broadly agree with that. Probably not. But then you can dive off from that and look at Napoleon spreading base 10 everywhere, trying to switch. Wait, what? I don't know what you're getting at there. Oh, gotcha. Yeah. All right, that makes sense. Yeah, exactly.
It's not teaching about negative history or history that doesn't look positively on the United States of America. It's a specific ideology that was developed in university. Ideology of America. It's a specific America. It's a specific. a specific ideology that was developed in universities in response.
Wait, what? RGR can automatically delete silence with Adobe Audition? Wait, really? Oh, that's cool. I'll look into this later.
There's the file I was working with, and I'll click open. And now what I want to do is go up to my window menu, and I'm going to choose Diagnostics. Under Effect, we have a few different tools we can choose from. You might be tempted to select Delete Silence, but this is actually going to permanently delete the silence from the file itself. The one that you want to choose is Mark Audio. And then I'll choose the preset for Mark the Speech. And then let's open up the settings for this effect. We can see there's a definition for silence, or what we want to cut out of the clip, and audio, which is what we want to keep in the clip. Silence is defined when the signal goes below a specific level for a minimum amount of time. Audio is defined as when the signal goes above a certain level, also for a minimum amount of time. But what's really handy about these settings is we have this Find Levels button, and this actually does a really good job of calculating the level for silence and the level for audio. So I'm going to click that, and we can see that the level for silence is -76.
Wait a second. All right, so let me back this up so I'm doing it along with it.
Open. There's the file I was working with, and I'll click open.
Oh, it's Adobe Audition. All right, so I'm going to need... Wait.
There's the file I was working with, and I'll click open.
It's an Adobe Audition. Then export it into Premiere. All right, but I don't have Adobe Audition. I don't think I do. Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, no, the problem here is that I don't... It might be included with your Adobe subscription, and I'll check it later. Listen, that's just complicated, and like right now I'd rather just... Like, this is fine just because like I'm able to go through and... like as we're going through and editing, I can also like pick up the clips and like know exactly where to mark things for certain quotes.
Specific ideology that was developed in universities in response to disciplines like civil rights disciplines and like critical legal stuff civil rights disciplines and like critical legal studies. And to my knowledge,
all right, he's... The time cost of editing out filler words is pretty high.
the reason that we're talking about this is because of the potential for implementation in K through 12 education, not necessarily in the university level. Is that not the case? Did I like misread the parameters of the debate? Read the parameters of the debate.
I think that's pretty true. Can I just curious, what is your I'm just curious, what is your can I just curious, what is your impression of why it was developed in response to things like critical legal studies?
Tell us.
Have a good night.
Critical legal studies.
Well, they tell us that they don't like the fact that there were too many white people in these disciplines. That's specifically for the civil rights discipline. The fact that they tell us that they don't like the fact that there were too many white people in these disciplines. That's specifically for the civil rights discipline. It was almost like a counter movement against that, and it was the idea that idea that white scholars could not represent the actual experiences of these black actual experiences of not represent the actual experiences of these black people. So I believe people. So I believe it was in the 70s. They, and correct me if I'm wrong on the year, because whatever, I read it a little while ago. They were trying to discourage a while ago. They were trying to discourage white people from writing about race in academia and forming this new discipline from writing about race in academia. White people from discouraged white people from writing about race in academia and forming this new discipline.
What's going on? Oh, we're reviewing the critical race debate, or the critical race theory debate, and also editing together a video. That's what we're up to. I'm just taking notes, right now. So as we're going through right now, I'm just basically taking notes of, quotes that I just want to like keep track of and think about like exploring, you know, and like fact checking, right? It's like a lot of these things, like the idea that like because right now it's basically just being framed up that like, oh, critical race theory was developed because black people were upset that white people were talking about or writing about them. Which from my understanding from the discussion with Joe Lewis is that like there's a half-truth there. And critical race theory is trying to recognize that like in disciplines where black people are studied, that they often leave out the perspectives of black people when conducting those studies, specifically on how laws largely impact the lived experience of people of color. So because that often is the case, then there's a salient criticism that those studies or that information collection and analysis is being conducted in a way that isn't representative of the actual lived experience of people of color, since that study is being done without taking into account those people's perspectives, right? That's my understanding. And that would have been the right thing to say there.
For them discipline, for them to better like articulate what they're feeling in society.
RGR, I want to get into the commentary streams here, but I'm literally a minor and I don't think A, anyone will give a shit what I have to say, and B, I don't have enough time to go to school because I basically want you on do but Destiny 2 instead of ESO. Is that even a good idea? I'm gonna say if you're gonna do it, then keep like your name and everything anonymous online and don't get too deep into it, because there's a good chance that your political views are going to change and develop over the next couple of years. Maybe if you want to like have just kind of a platform where you're geared towards learning and not prescribing things, and that could be good. But like, I'm a minor and I make content. Listen, I'm just telling you right now that like the vast majority of your views, if you are a 14-year-old or a minor, are going like they will be different in a couple of years. All right, they will. And so like it's fine to be able to make that content, but like I wouldn't make them as if you're making a lot of hard prescriptions, because there's a good likelihood that they will eventually change. That's mainly it. And also like it can just be really hard to deal with this, you know? I watched the debate and I watched Destiny do a bit of prep, and my biggest takeaway is that I don't know what CRT actually entails, and neither does anyone else. I mean, basically, I had the political phase everyone else has mega early. Well, all right. I'm just the one to tell you, if you're super young, you're involved in online politics, then there's about 99% likelihood that that's going to change a bajillion different ways to Sunday. All right. I chose the worst path of literally becoming political 9. Help. It was pain. Well, all right. Congrats. I'm just telling you, like, personally, I don't put a ton of like that's the reason I don't put like a ton of stock in people who are like 14-year-olds who are doing this. Not saying that like your opinions are not salient or valuable to the space. It's just that like, you know, there's a good likelihood that they're going to change, right? And also like these spaces are not healthy for people to engage in when they're super young. You know, go enjoy it. Go do something else with your youth. All right, go have fun. Go do a kickball or something. I just think it's funny though. All right, yeah. Like if you're gonna do this, I guess sure. Just like I don't know, like this can drive a lot of people to nihilism super early on, and I don't know. Just need to make sure that you're in a healthy space to do a lot of this. I mean, for me, a lot of like what I do is just think about like how can I be able to engage online in a healthy way, and that is a hard question. I'm still grappling with that, and so you know. If I'm grappling with it and I think I'm a reasonably well put together person, then like for a lot of people who are like 14 and younger, then it's just hard. So that's the short answer. Just like, if you want to, then sure, just, you know, keep your engagement limited, know exactly what you are and are not getting involved in, and keep an open mind. Don't just like shut yourself off to like, oh, you know, I'm only going to advocate for this thing, or I'm like only going to believe this thing, right? Because your views will change over time. You know, all of our views are changing, or they should be. If you're growing as a person. Join a debate team? Yeah, that'd be fun. Yeah, joining a debate team would be really good. Just because it teaches you IMO, start non-politics, and help bring people over. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, that'd be really good.
For them to better like articulate what they're and forming this new discipline for them to better like articulate what they're feeling in society. It's a very to better like articulate what they're feeling in society. It's a very much reliant on very much reliant on with it. It's very much reliant on feelings, which is one of the problems. It's very much reliant on feelings, which is one of the problems with it.
Yeah, no, that's what he's saying. He's saying that CRT is based on feelings.
Very much reliant on feelings, which is one of the problems with it. And it also avoids with it. And it also avoids outside scrutiny from other parts of academia because it actually, this is like intentional, it claims other parts of academia because other parts of academia because it actually this is like actually this is like intentional. It claims that it's being critical of those like outside institutions that it's being critical of those like outside those critical of those outside institutions that do normal academic scrutiny.
We're gonna come back to that, but I feel like that's like all a load of horseshit. Just based on the conversation we had the other day and what we've read through, like that just sounds. The point he makes about CRT avoiding critique from other areas of academia is one of the most ridiculous things I've ever heard. Yeah, for real. Like y'all remember the conversation that we had? So Scott brought up the fact that like so Sean is going to bring up an argument that like, oh, there's one scholar in critical race theory who's like super anti-free speech, super authoritarian, and like how he'll cite that as an example of like how critical race theory doesn't facilitate discussion or scrutiny. So Sean is basically getting all of his arguments from one author and one publication, ironically. Yeah, critical race theory. Yeah, it's about critique, but like the ironic thing is that like Sean's getting all of his arguments from one source, and that source, which is critical of critical race theory, was actually like received very well by the person who he said was very anti-free speech, right? So no, this is absolutely not right. And also that's a big reason why like there's not like a coherent definition within the field, is because of the fact that that there's so many people who disagree with each other, that there is like a lot of criticism within the field of study. So yeah, we'll come back to that.
So it doesn't even subject to scrutiny. So it doesn't even subject itself to the normal rules of academia. So I don't understand why we would allow these people to implement their curriculum. These people. I don't understand why we would allow these people to implement their curriculum in our public schools.
Critique from others in your field is literally how academia works. It's called peer review. Yeah, I know, right? Like that's, yeah. And Destiny, I think, is about to bring this up. Well, so... Well, so... Or sorry,
well, real quick, just on the line of question.
So, or sorry. Well,
so quick, just on the line of questioning. So,
well,
in our public school.
Well,
quick, just so quick, just on the line of questioning. So, So, line of questioning. So, critical race theory developed. Critical race theory developed. So, critical race theory developed. So we listened earlier to Derek Bell talk about theory developed. So we listened earlier to Derek Bell talk about this. The reason why critical race not questioning. So critical race theory developed. So we listened earlier to Derek Bell. So critical. I just on that line of questioning. So critical race theory developed. So we listened earlier. So we listened earlier to questioning. So
yeah, we're reviewing it. I'm editing together for a video. I heard it live and almost screamed. It irritated me so much. Yeah, for real.
Questioning.
I get that.
So listen earlier to Derek Bell talk about this. Talk about this. The reason why critical race theory developed in response to critical legal studies is because the idea of analyzing certain things, so in this case the criminal justice system, just through the lens of laws seems like it wasn't perfectly explanatory for some of the things that people wanted to look at. So, for instance, when we look at something like Brown v. Board, something like Brown v. Board of Education, v. Board of Education. If the 14th Amendment has existed for so long, why would it take for so long? Why did it take so long for the Why would it take so long for the Supreme Court to overrule like segregation in schools? If you look at it through a schools. Schools. If you look at it through a critical legal studies lens, it's very hard to make arguments based on precedent. It's very hard to make arguments based on new legal analysis. It seems like you're missing something in terms of how you analyze these particular rulings. So we need like another lens or another tool that we can view these kinds of these kinds of legal changes through. And then this was largely in the mid 70s, I think, where critical race theory came in, where it was more like, well, what's another critical theory that we can use to kind of critique or add to our understandings of like the legal process in the United States. So insofar as that's concerned, I mean, that's pretty convincing to me that the idea of analyzing the legal system only through laws is a little bit silly. It's pretty obvious that our legislature
Oh shit, Destiny hosted me? Wait, really? Holy fuck. Oh hey. Oh damn. Sorry, I turned that off because I unlisted. But hey, alright, shit. What's up, Destiny? And DGG? All that? Hey, what's happening, fam? We pulling big numbers? It still says 29 viewers. Well, hey, what's up? Thanks for stopping by. We're just sitting here. We're learning more about critical race theory and reflecting and figuring out how we can improve. So, oh yeah, get in the Discord. So, you know, we're just chilling, having a good time. 2,900 viewers? What? What the fuck were y'all doing? What were you even up to? Is there anything in particular that sparked people talking about critical race theory recently? Like, is it response to legislation or something? Or is it just a coincidence that so many people are talking about it recently? Well, it's 2000 now. Oh, gotcha. As far as I'm aware, and we can look at you're about 1800 or whatever. I mean, like, insofar as I am aware, it seems to be a response to a lot of the recent, it seems to be largely sparked in response to a lot of discussion of systemic racism, especially insofar as it relates to police brutality in our country. You know, like George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, all of the police killings of people of color recently. And so schools have probably started making larger strides to start teaching on issues relating to racism in our country. And that seems to have, in turn, sparked a lot of conservatives who have come out to basically bring up... I mean, like, this is my read. We can look more into it, right? I just realized all my subpoints are gone. I was at like, oh, I'm so sorry. But basically, you know, a lot of people, or a lot of conservatives are using this as a way to justify banning a lot of... like the teaching of racism generally in schools, or different forms of like history as insofar as they relate to issues of systemic racism, right? So that seems to be why it's being discussed right now, right? Like it's being discussed as like this boogeyman that like, oh no, you know, like critical race theory might be taught in our schools. So it's 11 RGR. Well, I'm going to go a little bit longer. It's like, oh no, critical race theory might be taught in our schools. Well, we can't teach any racisms anymore. So yeah, so. We watched Rob win against the fascists. Wait, you watched Rob win? Like Rob Noor aiming for the base conservative award? Really? Like, actually? Hold on, send me that. That's interesting. Because that's actually interesting. That Rob Noor would come out. Yeah? Okay, thank you for the response. I've heard a lot of discourse. I just wasn't sure about the part. That's my best guess. Rob Noor, yes, it was good. I watched a bit of it. Wait, Rob versus Papa Fascist, and he did really good. Really? That's interesting. Dylan had a terrible debate against Big Papa Fascist. Rob Noor defended it from the libertarian angle. Oh, fuck. I was kind of worried about that. Yeah, because Dylan was going on politically provoked against Big Papa Fascist about, what was it, teaching LGBT-related issues in schools? I think I remembered seeing that. Yeah, it just happened. Was it really... Did Dylan do that bad? Fuck. So, all right, all right, people, give me the TLDR. It was really bad. All right, send me a link. We can take a break from this. I just want to see what happened, because that's much more interesting. And also, if people are coming from DGG and we're talking about this, then I can give at least my 2 cents for a little bit. That can be a good way to wrap up the night. And also Rob Neo Noor. Yeah. That's also very interesting. Actually, that's more interesting. I mean, like, it sucks that Dylan didn't do great. I don't know. Like, obviously, I like Dylan a lot, and like, Dylan failed to counter Rob's points. Wait, Rob's points? Dylan failed to counter Rob's points. Papa went full on and had fascist talking points that Dylan couldn't really counter. I think he was relying on Papa being a crypto fascist. Wait, so Papa's okay. So wait, so hold on, because like I know that Big Papa Fascist, from what debates I've seen him in, would say, oh, the reason I have that name or I choose that name is because other people would ascribe that to me, and that's not necessarily what I believe. But like, so is he actually a fascist? New debate review time. What's happening? But like, I mean, sure, you know what? We can do that. Why not? But yeah, like, is it more an issue of like, I don't know, I just need to see the points. Because yeah, like, this is the problem with, I don't want to call it like moral luck, right? Yeah, in his debate it was infrared. He described his political ideology as democratic fascism. Oh, well, okay, all right. I thought that the last time I saw him speak on that was because other people ascribed that label to him, but he didn't adopt it. But okay. I mean, like, that is the thing, though, right? Is that, like, sometimes the game becomes, like, kind of... I don't know. This is why the genocide denial discourse is super... Like, the Uyghur genocide denial discourse is super fucking toxic, because, like, there are some people who will just own, yeah, I deny the Uyghur genocide. And then you have to get dragged down into a genocide denial debate, which is, like, those debates are super fucking hard, right? Like, anytime that you talk to someone about, like, genocide denial, like, it's just incredibly difficult, because most of the time they have done just so much, or they're able to pull out, like, so many random facts that you're just not prepared for, that no reasonable person could be prepared for, that it's, like that you need basically, like, an entire, like, professional background in those fields to be able to adequately respond, right? Papa Fascist basically conceded to Rob that he'd be against interracial marriage if it led to more gay people. Wait. What? All right, let's see it.
They're going to be debating.
All right, rewinding to the beginning. I'll be right back. I'm going to use the restroom. He's them fascist. He asked BFP if he's fine with his rhetoric leading to suicide of trans kids, and his answer was okay. And wait, what? Holy shit. I think Big Papa was also arguing that gay people were incapable of love. All right, well, I'm going to go use the restroom. And I'm not streaming tomorrow or I'm not streaming tomorrow or Friday because I have a guest coming into town. So, hey, let's review a debate. All right? Go grab your popcorn. I guess this is what we're doing with our evening. So I'll be right back. All right. Was RGR on stream? What happened? It'd be fun if I wasn't here, right? All right, are we ready to get this started? All right, I got some popcorn. My body is ready. Let's see what's up.
I still do plan on redoing that, but I'm your left-wing host, Brittany, and this is your right-wing host, Todd. How are you?
Good, Britt. How are you?
I'm doing good. A little hot, but I'm doing good. All right, so yeah, we got a fun debate for you guys tonight. I'm really excited for this one. We will be debating whether or not LGBTQ plus should be represented in children's media. So why don't we bring on our debaters? First up is the owner of liberalforum.org. If you haven't heard of it, go check it out. He also debates right-wing positions on behalf of Politically Provoked. We don't necessarily condone or agree with his positions, but feel it's important to have representation of the far right, far left, and everywhere in between. So let's
all right, I'll speed up to 1.5.
AKA Big Papa Fascist. How are you?
Good.
You want to introduce yourself, tell people where you lie on the political spectrum and where people can find you?
Yeah, my name is Andrew Wilson, also known as Big Papa Fascist. I'm probably fairly staunchly paleo-conservative. I took on the name Big Papa Fascist, mostly because that's what the left calls everybody who's on the right is a fascist. I argue right-wing positions on behalf of politically...
All right, wait, but you can't say that if... All right, chat, I'm going to take you at your word. You can't say that the reason that you take on the label Big Papa Fascist is because everyone on the left calls you fascist if you actually self-identify as fascist. Right? Like you can't... Paleo-conservative, yeah. Like, chat, I'm trusting you, chat. Like, right now, I'm going based off of hearsay, but, like, if what you said is true, then it's, like, I already dislike the framing. Yeah, I know, right? But you gotta... He said before in several debates on this channel that he is fascist. All right, well, then he can't say that the reason that he's called this is just because... is only because that's what the left calls him. Or maybe, I don't know, maybe he's specifically omitting the word only because it's kind of... It's implied that, oh, and also I do happen to be fascist. Yeah, I know. Listen, Dylan had this debate and apparently went sideways, so that's why we're here.
Provoked, and tonight I'm here to kick Dylan Burns over the rail.
Okay. All right, so next up is somebody brand new to Politically Provoked, so I'm very excited to have Dylan Burns. How are you tonight?
I'm doing wonderful.
Yeah, so you want to introduce yourself, tell people where you lie on the political spectrum and where people can find you.
My name's Dylan Burns. Sadly, for Big Papa Fascist, I'm wearing sneakers, so I have good footing, so it's going to be hard to kick me over the rail. I'm pretty left-wing. I work in Democratic politics. I work for a political PAC called 21st Century Democrats. I'll soon, most likely, be getting on an LGBTQ plus rights organization on their board and on a few financial and policy committees.
That's my organization. Oh, shit.
I was a foreign policy advisor to two Democratic campaigns, and I just generally work in Maryland politics. I'm also on my city's environmental board and managed successfully the mayor of College Park's mayoral campaign. He's also the first gay mayor in our city's history. I'm very proud of that.
Nice. And where can people find you?
You can find me at Twitch.
I think that's probably true,
I'm a really handsome duder.
And I do have both of their links in the description, so if you guys want to check them out, you can go check it out there. All right, so here is what we are going to do. Each person can give an opening statement, can be as little as 1 minute, no longer than 5, about the topic and your stance. After that, we'll open up the floor. After the debate.
I think it's possible he's using the fact he came up with the name because that's what the left called him as a cover for where he is politically now. Maybe. I can't speculate. I mean, like, if people said, like, if he's said before that he identifies as fascist, then, I mean, the whole point is that, like, he's framing it as if he isn't actually fascist, and, like, if he is, then it's just like, well, you can't really, like it's weird to say that, like, oh, the reason I call myself this is because that's what everyone else on the left calls me, but, like, if he actually, like, self-IDs as fascist, you know? It's like avoiding actually, like, owning the label if that's what you otherwise, like, believe yourself to be.
Debate is over. We'll go into the Q&A. You guys have questions, tag Politically Provoked, who your question is addressed to. We should be able to get to them all. After the Q&A, we'll do closing statements and final thoughts. So why don't we get started with, one thing, let's limit the interruptions and no personal attacks, Andrew. So let's get started with opening statements. Dylan, why don't you get us started?
Sure. So one of the most respected figures in the history of children's media was a guy by the name of Mr. Rogers. He inspired a generation of children's content creators to educate children as well as entertain them. And he never shied away from difficult topics. When 9/11 happened, he came back to do a special episode about the tragedy of the 3,000 people who died. He also did segments on racism, discrimination, domestic abuse, how to go tell people about you being abused, divorce, and many other serious topics. Children's media has never shied away from these difficult topics because children, whether we like it or not, are introduced to these difficult topics many times, whether they like it or not, at a young age. And trying to talk to children responsibly about difficult topics is of extreme importance. We want children.
All right, this is about to be, all right, I think I'm seeing where this is going. So basically the argument that Dylan is going to be making is, this is a difficult topic, and because, like, basically Dylan, I think, is assuming that Andrew's argument is going to be children should not be taught, like, sensitive or difficult subjects, and since this is a sensitive or difficult subject, we should keep it out of schools. And so right now, Dylan is arguing that, no, well, I mean, like, even difficult or, like, sensitive subjects should be taught to children, but the problem is probably going to be that, like, Andrew's argument isn't going to be that they shouldn't be taught to children because they're difficult or sensitive. He's just going to say that, like, LGBT people are degenerate or whatever. Like, that's going to be his angle. Or at least that's the prediction. You know, if that doesn't actually happen to be the case, it gets derailed further. Oh God. But, like, that's kind of like where I'm just seeing this going at the moment, right? Just like I can kind of like Dylan seems to be preparing for an argument that he probably won't be getting.
Children to know how to go talk to an adult if they're being abused. We want to give children some basic values on how to treat another fellow human being with respect. We want to make sure they treat their fellow human being with love. And I think when it comes to a modern generation of children's media, it's been quite garbage. It's brain rot. If you see how children consume YouTube content now, it's all flashing colors and symbols, or as they go through the YouTube algorithm of AI-generated content with no thought put into it whatsoever. It's actually disgusting and a lot of times predatory. And so what I would rather like is a return to the more rigid Mr. Rogers-style children's content, where we talk about these issues in a responsible manner to children. And I think that should also include representation of many different people along the spectrum, because the thing about bigotry is its main fuel has always been ignorance and fear. And if we can dispel that in youth at an early age, then I think they'll be more willing to be accepting of other people. And that's a basic opening statement. I have a lot of like other stuff I want to bring up, but I don't want to hog up too much time at the beginning.
Thank you. Andrew.
It's kind of funny you bring up Mr. Rogers. My understanding is that he told one of his coworkers to stay in the closet and marry a woman. But that aside, let me get to my opening statement here.
Wait,
Tonight,
what?
We're going to get into a serious societal plague that can't be easily addressed without addressing several problems at the same time. So stay with me as I'm going to tie them all together. And Dylan, if you want me to go back over any of these, you're welcome to ask about them. The Blues Clues LGBTQ episode is nothing but a typical symptom of a much larger societal problem. That problem is that we have given the lunatics the keys to the asylum. In order to address the scope of this problem, I need to tell the audience some very uncomfortable truths. You see, ladies and gentlemen, 1 second, I'm really sorry here. I got a flicker. Okay, sorry about that.
Some
disturbing
casually loaded language in there.
Well, this sucks.
It's like a little loaded.
Back where I need
It's
to
big
be.
gang.
Yeah.
They're preying on you.
To start with, I'll agree with the left on one issue out of the gate. There are a lot of conservative grifters. There is no doubt that's true. One such grifter is right on Twitch, and his name's Rob Noor. What makes him a grifter? He takes neocon talking points and basically...
Whoa! Oh my God! What the fuck is Rob Noor doing right now? This is so unexpected. Like, why? Okay, hey, I don't know. Credit to Rob Noor. I thought that Rob Noor's position was that trans people are, like, mentally ill. That was the last time I had heard of it, but that was a straight... He had to come in a bit late. Yeah. LMFA. Yeah, listen, I got my popcorn. I don't know. We're having fun. All right. But, like, yeah, the loaded language. Rob Noor, why I left the right one. Yeah, true.
It's them for money. I've asked Rob on many occasions to address the true societal problems we're currently facing, the issue of the alphabet soup mafia and the transgender paradox. He won't do it. Why? Because he knows his Twitch channel will be gone, just like that. So he stays within the boundaries.
The transgender paradox? And also the alphabet. Can we just appreciate the alphabet mafia? Like, I'm sorry, anyone who wants to use, like, the alphabet mafia as, like, an actual, like scathing, like a scathing criticism or a scathing, like, title to just refer to, like, LGBT people. Like, fuck, have you seen gay people? Gay people aren't anything to be afraid of. I'm sorry. Listen, I'm just trying to eat hot chip and be gay. All right. Nothing like a fascist to make a conservative seem reasonable. I mean, yeah, you know? It's just like, I don't know. I'm always skeptic of people who use, like, super duper loaded language because, like, if you have, like, you shouldn't have to use, like, massively loaded language to be able to saliently convey your ideas, you know? Like you just shouldn't have to rely on it. Your point should be just as salient regardless of whether or not you use hyperbolic language. I think he elucidates further on the transgender paradox further in debate when Dylan derails someone, or when he derails Dylan somewhat. Have you seen gay people Twitch RGR viewers? Oh my god.
Of what the left accepts as opposition. What a weakling. You're never going to debate partner with me, Rob, until you grow up and face the fact that there's more on the line than your Twitch channel. You see, ladies and gentlemen, these supposed conservative cucks are worse than the leftist cucks. It's through them this madness has been allowed to go on for as long as it has. Which brings me to my deep...
How big is Rob in, like, conservative media? Like, what is this opening? Why? What's the context here? The Alphabet Mafia sounds like a group of Rugrat. Holy shit, Dylan.
How's it going?
Hey, I'm watching the... we're literally just a couple minutes into this. I heard... We're at Alphabet Mafia and Transgender Paradox.
Yeah, it's this one's a shit show.
Oh my god.
The thing is, I went into this thinking like, oh, okay, so I'm gonna have a discussion about children's media. So what I did is I went and did research on children's media, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so I was like, okay, you know what? I have an opening statement about Mr. Rogers. I have this, I have that. I thought my opening statement was really good, and I thought we were gonna slide into like how to have responsible children's media. What instead happened when he was like, I have the cure for gay. And he was like, we just need to make you a woman, Dylan.
What?
Yeah. And then from there, so for the first half, I was a little bit like a fucking deer in headlights because I was fucking confused because he was throwing out shit that I wasn't, number one, I wasn't prepared for. I'll be honest about that. And number two, it wasn't what I expected the conversation to be about. And then the later half, when we finally got to children's media, I think I did a lot better because I got to actually be like, you have no statistical backing for what you're saying. I have a statistical backing. But he says, but it could be possible. Yes, the same way me fucking your wife is possible. But the odds are so against, we don't have evidence for it. So unless you find a dried condom, good luck, right?
Mm-hmm.
And from there, and then the Q&A, I think I did. But it was, and then Rob Noor came in later.
Yeah, what's up with Rob? Wyatt, what's up with this opening statement calling out Rob Noor? What's the context here?
So basically, at the beginning, he's calling out Rob Noor because he thinks he's a grifter because he won't declare that trans women are not real women. And then Rob Noor comes on and declares it. And then he goes on to, defend the gay community. So it...
So is Rob Noor's position that trans women, that trans people are the gender that they say they are, or not?
He believes that trans women are not women.
Okay.
He made that very clear today.
Okay.
And then after that, I was like, fuck. But then it was like, oh, it's sliding over into gay marriage because Rob Noor believes gay marriage should be legal. So they debated that for an hour. And I was just kind of standing there watching.
Huh.
Yep. And so that was the, that's I just want to prepare you for that because, oh my God, that was a shit show.
Yeah. I mean, it just very interesting because I actually haven't seen that much conservative infighting. Yeah, and that picks. Yeah, I know. Obviously, yeah. So that's fucking. Obviously, I disagree with Rob Noor. Clearly, obviously. But it's just interesting because the thing I did not expect tonight was for the first opening from. So hold on, Andrew. Does he identify as a fascist? Does he assume that title?
A meme. He says it during this. He said I wasn't normal, and I was like, dude, you call yourself Big Papa Fascist on the internet. That's not normal. He's like, well, I do it because the left calls me a fascist, so I just accept it. And I'm like, okay, let's say I accepted that right wingers call me a pedophile because I'm gay anyway, so I introduced myself as pedophile 69. That wouldn't that's not pretty normal. Do you think that's normal?
I mean, I wouldn't. I mean, I'm not sure if I would go down that line. It's just a non-issue. It's kind of like a red herring.
He calls himself a paleo-conservative.
Paleo-conservative. God damn it. The people in my chat are telling me
he's just some far righty who seeks far right stuff.
Mm-hmm. I mean, people in my chat are telling me that he has specifically identified before overtly as a fascist or a dem.
Well, he's not gonna admit it probably if he is.
I think he has, or I don't know. I'm going off of hearsay right now. So if that's wrong, then
back on it if he did. I don't know.
Yeah, if they're what do you call it? A chat. If you're lying to me and he actually hasn't, then I'm coming for you. All right, you're.
I think I needed to immediately just and the thing is, another part was he would just keep talking and I would try to respond and he would just talk over me and then my mic, and people aren't gonna believe me, my mic is fucked because what happens if I enter any new audio program, my mic's like volume level will fucking sporadically go like this. And so during the debate, you can see me keep touching my mic top because I'm trying to fix the volume level. And but that's not a decent excuse. But I think I did decent in the last half. Deer in headlights in the first half.
Okay. So I mean, like, I don't have to, like, I can go through this if you want me to. I'm not sure if I'd make it, like, essentially I'm going, I don't know. I had, like, not the same kind of experience, but, like, recently, obviously, well, duh, you were there, like, debate with actual justice warrior. So basically what I'm doing right now, and you can do with this what you want to, maybe there's something similar you want to do or something different. But there's a lot that actual justice warrior brought out during the debate. That sounded wrong during, but I didn't have the adequate backing to be able to respond to like the specific things he was bringing up. So right now I'm just going through and I'm like fact checking everything that was discussed, you know, so I can be able to like upload and be like, hey, here's the debate. And also here's me going through all the claims that were made and whether or not those are true or not, right? Or exactly what happened. So, you know, like if you want to, for your own upload of this, maybe like go through this with your own stream and just like fact check everything. And then like, you know, be like, you can present the stream, like the discussion as it happened. And also you can be able to go through and be like, all right, so here are the things that he said. And also here's where, I'm not sure if there's any place where he's right, but you can be like, here are the places where he's right and here are the places where he was wrong, right?
Yeah.
Because I mean, like, obviously, like with any debate, I mean, this is kind of like what I'm learning more and more is that like, there's no way to be able to fact check everything that someone says. So if someone just gives you some bullshit that you can no way like reasonably could have anticipated was going to happen during that debate, then like it can be worth it to go through those, like the claims after the fact. Because like ultimately, I mean, like the main idea is we want to be able to like pursue truth, right? Or like whatever the truth is, heavy quotations. And so like, or I only put heavy quotations there just because like, you know, we can broadly define it, but you know, like we want to make sure that we are trying to be as accurate as we can. So, you know, like it can be good to be able to go through, figure out places where you could have done better. And, you know, just like go through and just like see how much bullshit happened, you know? And kind of unpack it with your stream. Like that could be a good, both like tool of reflection and also a good thing to do to make sure that you aren't like, if you throw this up on your channel, like not like platforming like fascist or like anti-LGBT, yada yada.
Oh, dope.
Also, by the way, are you doing all right? Because I just heard about this. I'm only watching it on my stream because I mean, like I'm just hearing this. And I don't know, like I've just been through so much lately, like this kind of just sounds like so out there that it's almost like, that it is like laughable, right?
What do you mean am I doing all right?
Like personally, emotionally. Well, like how are you, Dylan, like how are you vibing after that? Like you doing all right?
That, I mean, it's like a little frustrating, right? To like, I guess the frustration comes from like you prepare for a conversation and then the only way, and the way that you know you fuck up is that they prepared for a totally different conversation, one that you did not prepare for. Where I prepared for a conversation about children's media, he prepared for how it's gay if I had sex with a trans woman. So it's and he wanted to show that that's how it didn't make sense. I prepared for the discussion, he didn't. And I know that if I prepared, I could have done better at the beginning, but I was trying to have a conversation about children's media. And once it got to children's media, he basically said, well, we can basically assume that the reason why so many people are coming out as gay now is because there's more gay people in media. And
wait,
I said,
what?
And I provided like, here's evidence on why number one, it's a good thing. You have no evidence to prove that. In fact, actually, there's no correlation whatsoever. You're saying there's correlation, but let me actually reference right here that there's not correlation. Once it got to there, I did a lot better. Again, I still had the like moderation problems or whatever, but that earlier part really frustrates me because I feel like I know there's a lot of people like, fuck, Dylan got fucking. I know that section would be like, fuck, Dylan really fucked up there, and I know, and you know, it fucks with you a little bit, you know, when you have a conversation and you prepare really good, and then they take that left turn to an area you're not. It's like if I went to have a conversation with Syria, right? And then it was like, well, I don't support the war in Syria because Syrians have the frontal lobe development of da-da-da-da-da. And then you're like, okay, no matter how much I knew about the topic we were supposed to be talking about, I don't know what the fuck this is.
All right, do you want to hear like the super... All right, maybe this will make you feel a little bit better. There are some conversations, no matter how much you prepare for, that like you're just gonna encounter shit that you didn't anticipate, and you're probably gonna fuck up, right? I mean, like no one is able to to have every conversation to be perfect.
The thing is, I'm looking at it right now, and it seems that most people think I did decent, right?
Okay.
Or at least that's what the polling on their channel said. And I'm being careful not to share it to my community because I want to make sure that I get like the
accurate responses,
quote unquote, by sample size, like 70% to 26. Actually, better than Rob did apparently. But like again, that could just be my people going over or whatever, you know?
Right. But you don't want to like bias. Like you want to actually know, like from that audience, like how do people think that you did?
Oh yeah, I did. I did ask people to go vote. Okay. Well, then I won't share it anymore. Okay.
Fuck.
That was one fuck. Well, to be fair, someone linked it in my chat. That wasn't my fault. Okay. Okay. Still, I won the vote.
Oh my god. But yeah, it's but I get what you're saying, right? Like for me, it doesn't really matter. Like I don't care about like whether or not I win or lose an argument. I care about like how I personally feel, and if there's any salient criticism that people can make against me, then even if that's not the majority opinion, usually I care about it, right? If I like reflect on, I don't know, like I'm super fucking critical of myself. DGG came off thinking that Dylan floundered while Rob did better at confronting Papia. Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, like
that seems to be the consensus from DGG, that I didn't do well, but Rob did really well.
I would trust DGG on this one. Like,
it pissed me off.
Yeah.
What? Sorry?
Well, I would just say that, like, they're very critical of me, but here's the thing. I will say that, like, I appreciate people being more critical. I mean, like, there's a way to be able to convey criticism nicely, but I like people being critical because I actually want to know how to be able to improve. So, like, if DGG is being critical of you, usually they raise like, decent criticism, so I would trust that.
I would say the thing is, like, I don't really care if this community or that community thought I did bad. I mean, the whole point, but I guess I do, because the thing is, even if I personally think I did well, and I think in the later half I did, right?
Mm-hmm.
I really do. It's the beginning half where I was like, fuck, I was not ready for that conversation.
Mm-hmm.
The whole reason I engage in debate is convince other people, right? Or at least that's a big part of it. The other part, of course, is like entertainment or whatever. But a big part of it is because when you debate, you're not supposed to convince the other person. This is somebody who openly said, like, we should never concede to Rob Noor, right? So this is somebody who's not going to be convinced. This is somebody who said, when asked, like, hey, do you care at all that your language probably increases suicide rates around, like gay people? And he was like, okay. And that was it. Like, he accepts that, and that's fine for him. So it's not anybody who's ever is going to, like, accept it. So if my point is to convince other people, right? And other people are saying I'm doing bad, even if I think I did good, that does concern me.
Yeah. The hard part about this, right? Usually with any conversation, they're kind of like...
I prepared for the fucking... I'm sorry to interrupt you. I got prepared for the crazy deviations. I did like an hour's worth of research on how like pedophilia and homosexuality are not the same thing. And like the things that I'm used to like being the crazy deviations. But instead it was like, I got the cure. I was like, what the fuck is this?
So like the frustrating thing about this, right, is that for me, as I deal with like a lot of trans issues, there's a lot of things that I expected to spend very little time researching. But like the problem is that like with a lot of issues where you think that they're actually very simple, they end up turning out to be a lot more complicated than you could have reasonably expected. And there's no way to know until you just start approaching those questions for the first time, right? Like with a lot of trans issues, at the very core of like the vast majority of trans related discourse is honestly like more of a, and this is to me a big reason why this discourse is like so alive nowadays, or is like so common and widespread, is because it comes down to like a fundamentally like philosophical question of like, are trans people the gender that they that they identify with or that they are, right? And more specifically, like, is there a meaningful difference between gender and biological sex, right? Like, those are, like, ultimately, like, sure, we can make appeals to larger academia, and those can be useful as, like, measures for how to be able to resolve those questions, but they are, like, fundamentally philosophical questions that a lot of people can, like, don't know how to be able to reasonably parse through, right? And that's why I have to spend, like, so much more time than I originally thought getting into these subjects. Why I had to spend so much more time on them than I thought going in, because a lot of people, like, the best way to know what the arguments are, or the best way to know where your lack of knowledge is on particular issues is when people bring up arguments that you're not prepared for, right? And so it's basically been like every time usually it's like some TERF or some crazy far right online person brings up some argument that I had never heard before. And these usually are from accounts that like, I don't know, this is not mentally healthy. And I do not necessarily recommend this, but there are a lot of accounts that have like only 1,000 or less subscribers online that have made hit piece videos about me with people who have nothing but time on their hands to think about these issues. And they'll actually raise it like criticisms that I was not anticipated for, or that I didn't anticipate at the time that they were made. Right. But like I think through them because it's like, all right, if this person is making this argument, then it's reasonable that I could expect that someone in the future can make this argument, even if I haven't had to face it yet. Go ahead.
I would say a big thing, and somebody just brought this up in your thing, was the fact that I was sometimes I was very uncouth with him. Like they bring up his name that I said, like the fascist thing, right? And of course, I just think this is how people are, right? Is that you need to be polite to the person who's not being polite to you when you're the left winger. I think that's just how people, I think, function, right? Where he says, I'm not normal, right? And then I respond, how are you normal? You have literally fascist in your name and debate people on the internet smoking menthols all day. You just went through like half a pack. And people was like, wow, that came off really bad, Dylan. It was like, he just said I wasn't normal. And we all know why he said I wasn't normal. And I'm supposed to be nice to him. And then later I did make a few comments about fucking his wife, right? But it was rhetorically, I think it made sense logically, the fucking his wife paradox that I put together, right?
Yeah, I mean,
but it just came off bad. But my thing has always been like, I guess for me, rhetorically it's bad, but personally I think it's completely fine for me to treat people who seek my destruction in a very negative manner. Like in a manner where this is somebody who came here to act bad faith. This is somebody who came here who thinks I'm a freak and I'm not normal. This is somebody who came here who said that they don't care if their rhetoric increases the suicide rate in my community. This is somebody actively advocating the harm to me and all other people. Why should I be nice to them? And the thing is, whether or not that makes sense or not, right?
So this is a really
people
hard
are gonna be like, wow, that's a bad look, right? It's just how people are.
Yeah. So this is the really hard part about these discussions, right? Is because there is a fundamental question. I'm still wrestling with this, right? What do you do when you're debating someone who fundamentally disagrees with an aspect of your personhood, and that's also relevant to the subject matter of your debate or discussion, right? Like, what do you do in that instance, you know? And I think that right now, for me, and this isn't, I don't make this as a prescription. This is just what I'm doing right now because, like, I can't just get into every conversation with someone on trans issues. And the moment that they bring up an idea that actually trans people are not the gender that they identify with, I can't get mad at them because I know that every time I get mad on stream, it's just going to come off rhetorically not great. Hey, Josie.
Like, there's nothing wrong with what I did. I just know that it comes off bad, right?
Yeah. All right.
It's like if somebody says, like, oh, you're one of the queers, right? And then I slap them, right? Like, for any queer person, they look at that and they're like, oh, that's perfectly fine. Like, that person was being very bigoted. But that was very uncouth of you just because you disagree, or something like that, right? That's just something that I think that nobody who is not of that personal experience or have been there before is going to understand exactly how you're reacting in that manner. Being called not normal, right? Then well, technically, like statistically, you're not the statistical norm. That's not the purpose of that. But that's so that really you acted in a mean way when he was being like,
yeah.
I think it's impossible for other people to understand. And I guess like the only way for me to have those conversations and not get somewhat emotional, even though I think the substance of my point was still on point, just the effectiveness of the insults I used, is for me to either completely disconnect myself from the conversation or not have it at all.
So basically, it's really interesting because I recently just went through an arc where I kind of confronted this issue. We don't have to get into the merits of this discussion, but so recently I was involved with a very similar issue with the kink at pride discourse, where there was a panel where I got into it with a lot of people who I thought were making incredibly, incredibly unreasonable arguments to the point where it made me like actually like visibly angry with them, right? I'm sorry, I'm reading something in my chat. But like, so basically, like, there are people who were making arguments that shocked my conscience so much that I actually got angry with them, right? And after the panel ended, a lot of the criticism I got was, oh, Riley, you weren't rhetorically effective. You acted too angry. That wasn't a good look for you. And my response was basically to recognize that, like, and I thought about this, right? And I do think that there is a meaningful distinction between acting reasonably and acting most effectively, right? I think that we can make an argument that, like, I would argue that in that instance, I acted reasonably in that, like, it's understandable why I acted the way I did when there are certain things or responses I was getting from people that would shock my and a lot of other people's consciousness. But we can also be able to recognize that while I may have acted reasonably, that it was not the most effective way of persuading people who did not already agree with me, right?
Yeah. I think I guess for me it was like when he said I wasn't normal. For me, I thought like, okay, that was like, I thought everybody saw that, but I get everybody didn't see that. And I said later, like, why are you just calling him a fascist attack as like as an evil attack? Cutsleeves even like did it. Cutsleeves got in the chat and did it, and Cutsleeves, one of the conservatives, makes the rounds. And I'm like, I didn't just call him a fascist to say he was a fascist. I said, you can't call me not normal when you're calling yourself Big Papa fascist on the internet with debates smoking menthols, right? Like
I think that's like
he smokes a lot. He smoked like a whole pack in like an hour.
So like, again, there's a difference between acting reasonable and acting in a way that's like effectively.
That ultimately, I would like more people of his persuasion to smoke and follow his example.
Oh my god. Yeah, it's like the way you acted was like justifiable, but it really sucks because as far as like persuading people, it just never comes. I don't know. Like I shouldn't say that. There's a way to be able to do it. Because like this is also the reason to give credit to like Vosh and Demon Mama and that whole school of thought. Like this is kind of where that kind of rhetoric becomes more efficacious, right? Where like actually. Like there are times where someone says something that's just like so outrageous that it is justifiable and sometimes can be beneficial to be like over the top in response to them. Usually the reason why those kinds of approaches are so problematic is because people who usually follow that line of thought treat everyone the same way without being able to differentiate between people who are acting in good or bad faith, right? Who are and who are not trying to harm you or listen to you. Go ahead.
So I'm just reading chat. It was a bad move to bring up the smoking. Okay, so if you watch that debate, he smoked like a whole pack of cigarettes. Okay, I'm sorry, but nobody smokes a whole pack of cigarettes in fucking 2 hours and nobody notices. Like you go through the whole pack. I think that was fair game, 100%. That was fair game. After like he says you're not normal, and I think his menthols were fair game. Okay. Definitely considering like the area of like we need to like make sure we're giving good influences to everybody and and he's like smoking like a whole pack of cigarettes on his live stream in front of everybody.
So I think maybe if I want to like be representative of what chat's saying right now, I think that the distinction is that like when he brings up like an aspect of you being LGBT, it's like close enough to the subject matter of the debate that you probably are still reasonably expected to respond to it when you just kind of responded with an ad hom. Maybe if you responded with an ad hom that was like reasonably like associated with the subject matter, then that could be better. But like it's just I think that the read of people, irrespective of whether this was your intent or like what actually happened, the read of people is that like, oh, he was bringing up something very poorly, but in some way related to the subject matter, and you didn't respond. Again, I don't think that like I think that you acted entirely reasonably in that situation. Like I think it's entirely reasonable. I think it's entirely understandable to have like the emotional response you did, but the response would have been to say, "What the fuck are you talking about?" Saying what was the exact phrasing? What exactly did he say?
He was like, "They're not normal. You're not normal." Something like that.
Okay, so the response here. I'm going to do my best Demon Mama impression. All right. The response there would have been, who the fuck are you saying calling me not normal? All right. I can guarantee you in just about every respect, I probably interact more. Or actually, I don't want to say it. It's hard because like I don't normally engage in this kind of thing. Right. But like the way that you respond is basically say, who the fuck are you to not call me normal, asshat? All right. I can guarantee you that in respects X, Y, and Z, I am more normal and I have done more for society than you ever fucking have. Right. Like I have worked in, XYZ political aspects. I've actually helped people. I've actually gone out and I've contributed more to society. Who the fuck are you to say that I'm not normal, right? Like that's kind of the issues, right? Like the whether or not you're not normal, for as absurd as the thing is to say, is like the thing that people were expecting you to respond on, right? Yeah, it's reasonable but not the ideal move. So maybe, again, like, and I don't want to be too critical of you because, again, like, I don't, just based on what you've told me so far without watching it further, I don't think that you acted unreasonably.
I don't think I acted unreasonably, but I guess like as time went on, I guess I also got super frustrated with like just the way he was like saying just shit that seemed like he was just completely like dodging like reality. And once you get like you get more frustrated, you get a little bit off the rails. I think that also happened a little bit too.
Yeah. And I think that's entirely understandable. This is the reason, I don't know. Like, why.
Okay. Okay. Never mind. Okay, I'll say. Okay.
What's that?
I don't want to say it out of context because out of context, it's TOS. In context is not TOS. So I'll just DM it to you.
Okay.
Let me see if I can. I did say this after you talked about trying to cure like homosexuality. I responded like this. Now, in context, I was saying like in self-defense situations, right? Which I don't know if that for some reason didn't come off bad, and that's super aggressive. Right?
Wait, you said like, that?
Yeah.
All right, Dylan. Fuck.
Look, but I said specifically in self-defense, I was advocating for gay and LGBTQ people to acquire like self-defense tactics in the use of that, and I specifically said in self-defense scenarios from hate crimes. That's what I said. But out of context, it's TOS. But within the guide, when I say the whole thing, it's not TOS because self-defense is completely legal.
Fuck.
Not wrong either.
No, I mean, like, there's a meaningful distinction between like logic and rhetoric, right? Actually, hold on. I'm going to bring out. Let me give you the same advice I would give when I coach students in mock trial or doing mock trial. All right. Usually there are 2 to 3 things that everyone focuses on in terms of deciding who like wins an interaction, kind of like what we're talking about, right?
Can I respond something in chat quick?
What? Oh, yeah, go for it.
I advocated killing people. I advocated self-defense. I advocated the preservation of queer life. And I will not ever back down from that.
Oh, my God. Anyway, so usually the 2 qualities I would say that people look for the most in deciding whether or not they agree with someone are credibility and likability. All right? Now, credibility, meaning like, like how sound do you, like, how well have you been able to substantiate what you say to the point where it's able to prove to a person that like, okay, you sound authoritative, like you sound like you know what you're talking about, so it sounds like I could be able to trust what you're saying. Like that's one aspect, but then the other aspect is likability, right? We can make analogies to like reasoning versus rhetoric, because that kind of maps onto there as well, right? But it's like, even if someone is saying all the right things, like even if you are technically saying the correct things, or you technically have, not technically, like even if you clearly have like all the correct positions, you just want to make sure that you don't get screwed up and let your likability kind of run away from you, you know? Because this is kind of the same thing. I don't know, like if we go back,
it's a non-likable thing to say. But I do think and I know when I say that, and I do believe it, and I think it's something that needs to take more prevalence in the LGBT community, just generally. I do think that there is a certain like, you need to normalize some things, and it takes time, and in that period of time, it's going to be very unlikable.
Yeah.
But through it becoming more widespread and presenting it in certain ways, I think it's effective. That it'll start out unlikable and eventually become likable. Example, if somebody says right now, I'm against the death penalty, that's an unlikable position in the United States of America. Objectively, in my opinion, in your opinion, probably the correct position, right?
Yeah.
But if I think people need to say it more and normalize it and talk about it more in order or to be the effective position to say you have politically. And I think the same thing comes for self-defense in the community, even if I'm just talking to a very small section of people, just the people in the community.
Yeah, I mean, like, it is like normalizing the like identities, especially like when we're talking about like queer people and queer identities, is very important, right? I guess that like the important thing here, and maybe this is kind of self-evident in the outcome, is that we also want to make sure that we're normalizing not only just their existence, but also just like a lot of these ideas that tend to not be focused on as much, right? Like, I don't know, like whenever I talk to like Natalie or similar people about like a lot of trans slogans, right? Like the slogan like trans women are women. Like, yes, objectively the correct take. Problem, a lot of people in society will, like, if they do buy into that, probably don't end up actually fully understanding the reasoning why they do, you know? I think that, it was someone brought this up in a video. I can't remember which, it was some video essayist, right? Brought up in the video where basically, is this like Philosophy Tube's older video on transphobia? Basically, like when you have, when you use these kind of slogans, the idea is that like, sure, you normalize this idea, but for a lot of people in society who already started out sort of skeptic of these identities, then maybe they'll buy into them because, you know, like in the immediate, like in the short term, because it's, they, you know, they just are like, all right, whatever, it doesn't really affect me that much. Good for you. But in the back of their mind, and eventually it may, you know, it may lie dormant for a while, but eventually it may manifest. Like in the back of their mind, they will be thinking about, but aren't, so it would be like for trans people, it's like, but aren't they men? Or, but aren't gay people? I don't know what the analogy is for gay people. I just know like the trans analogy, right? Like that's what's going to like lie back in their dormant. So you have to be able to address like that underlying issue in order to normalize these ideas in society effectively, I think. Because otherwise you run into like issues here where it's like, we all agree on the outcome. We all agree on the conclusion. It's just that like we aren't ready for the people who really come out of left field, right? Yeah, so this just kind of seems like symptomatic of that, at least from what I've heard so far.
Somebody just asked me a question. Dude, you were saying get guns and knives. Why not advocate to learn self-defense and not handle, rather than extreme killing of your attacker? Now, you don't necessarily need to kill your attacker, but I do think that the more fear you inspire in homophobes, the better. Just generally when it comes to assaulting people. That if somebody is more scared generally of attacking the gay community, because, man, I've been seeing a lot of segments in the news lately about LGBT defense groups or man, I've been seeing a lot of gay people strapping lately, right? Less likely to attack. You don't want to make fascists or homophobes bold, because if they're bold, they're going to do more stuff. A great example of this would be any single time a far-right figure rises, hate crimes rises with them. Because they get bold, because that figure normalizes it. Normalizes the hatred that they feel. And so if you make it so they don't want to be bold, because there's a threat there, then maybe they'll be less likely to attack an LGBT person.
So is that what you said during the debate?
I legitimately, and I mean this is my genuine position, I want to inspire fear in those who want to attack us. Yes. That was my position. That's basically what I said. But it's just the clip, the only cure for homophobia is a bullet, is going to be the clip, you know? It's going to be the clip in there.
And that's going to be what's going around for the next couple of days. Gotcha.
Yeah, which, honestly,
Well, I mean,
I understand it's going to make people, like, scary, but personally, like, I don't really, for my own political I don't think it's going to hurt me at all politically for that statement to be attached to me. And I could always just explain the context. Hey, the Buckeye, thank you so much for the 6 subs, man. I really appreciate it. Always like talking to you, buddy.
So what I'll say here is that, like, I don't disagree with the idea that self-defense is important. I think that the more salient, this is going to take from criticism. Yeah, I think that the underlying issue is that, like, when you do that, like, it's good to be able to advocate for more self-defense, but you haven't really addressed there is an underlying issue that remains unresolved where a lot of people believe these things, which we can point out, like we can argue are wrong, right? But we still have to do the work of convincing those people, right? Like those people are not convinced. Otherwise, then we get into the situations where we have to use self-defense against them and we have to kill them, right?
Yeah. Ignorance is the biggest enemy of the LGBT community.
That is true, but that's also not always the case, right? And I do think that for most people, if you're able to reasonably answer a lot of their questions and you're able to respond, then that will resolve a lot of the issues for the most part. I guess it's just there's a more fundamental kind of I guess this is an example where it's we have to be able to make sure that even if it's tough, we do want to be able to provide answers to these questions. And again, the way that it was posed to you, this is no way saying that you acted unreasonably. I think you acted entirely reasonably, given how you interacted, right? It just kind of sucks because just from what I've heard, there probably were not any people who were meaningfully moved on their positions from the start of the debate, if that makes sense. And that's usually
I will say I don't. Basically, I would say from this conversation that no one moved the needle.
Yeah.
In either direction. Which personally, whatever. I mean, at the end of the day, then nothing was lost, nothing was gained, and who gives a fuck then, right?
Right. If it's a wash, then yeah, I don't think that you have to lose any sleep over it. That's usually just the metric that I use for how well a conversation goes over.
After the Rob Noor section, it wasn't a wash because Rob Noor did do very, very well when it came to specifically the issue of gay marriage. Trans issues, no, but gay marriage, yes, did very well.
Yeah, I know. Someone emailed me about Rob Noor, and it's just I need to go back through my I'm gonna be spending time this summer also going back through and because holy fuck, the trans discourse is not going away. So I'm going through and I'm just rereading all the literature that I've amassed and also just figuring out what other things I need to research. So yeah, I don't know. Maybe that's something that we'll encounter someday. But as far as my personal engagement, right? I think that my rule from here on out, I think that there's two ways that you can go about it, right? I think that in one school of thought, and maybe there's a way to hybrid these, I just haven't thought of a way to be able to do so. I think that one path that people could take is if you want to exclusively focus on talking to bad faith actors and exposing those bad faith actors, specifically people who are so set in their positions that there's nothing that you could ever say to reasonably convince them against their positions.
They admitted they're a bad faith actor. They admitted that they never want to give ground.
Oh,
because Rob Noor was hey, we this is something we should be. They admitted on it that they were a bad faith actor, that they never gonna give ground.
Oh, well then, yeah, that's
they exist as purely a microphone to just repeat the same things.
Oh, well then, yeah, then the way that you conduct yourself in a good versus a bad faith conversation are fundamentally different, right?
That's why I feel like I did so bad in the first half, is because I was somewhat operating under the idea. At one point I said, okay, I disagree with your context, but he was doing this the thing about the cure for homosexuality is you just becoming a woman. And I was I disagree with his premise, but okay, after
so he's trans. Wait, so what? So he's trans inclusive, but not.
Well, no, he isn't. He was trying to basically show that we don't live in reality, because gay sex is sex between a man and a woman, as in their sex, not their gender. Therefore, if I was to have sex with a trans woman, it would be gay. And I was saying, no, it would be straight. I can send you the bad faith clip if you want it.
All right.
The clip where he basically declares himself to be bad faith.
Yeah. I mean, if you want to send that to me, then yeah, that's fine. I mean, I'll take your word. I'll take your word at it. The problem is that in these kind of conversations, the goal isn't. I mean, sure, there's the subject matter at hand. But if both of the parties aren't actually engaging in good faith, then it's not that you're really talking about the subject matter. It's more that you're trying to just show the audience that the other person, you're just trying to make it clear to the audience that the other person is someone who cannot be trusted. That's usually the way that I see those conversations playing out, right? The takeaway from this conversation is not going to be that, I guess that we've all learned that we shouldn't teach these subjects to children, right? No, the takeaway from this conversation is going to be the drama between you, Rob Noor, and this person, right? That's the real focus.
Yeah.
Sorry, what?
Yeah, probably something along those lines.
Yeah. And so like the way that you engage with these conversations have to kind of be like centered on that idea. And this is to me like why Vosh is like effective at what he does, is because that's what he focuses on first and foremost, right? Is like he focuses on trying to expose the other person or the other party as acting in bad faith and looking as rhetorically effective as possible, because ultimately it's more about him versus the other person rather than, I mean, like the ideas are in play there, right? But they're secondary to like the primary thing, which is between the parties involved. Now, if you want to keep doing these kinds of debates, then it's just a matter of kind of developing that skill set.
Yeah.
But that's it's important to recognize that's like an entirely different skill set than being able to like parse through a conversation in reasonably good faith. If I want to be really, I don't know, like some ways to be able to hybridize this, like I'm just trying to focus on speaking to only good faith people nowadays, or people who I can reasonably surprise are acting in good faith, so I don't have to worry about that as much. I don't know. If you really want to, you could go down like the ask yourself universe of figuring out how to do formal logic as a way to deal with bad faith actors, which has criticisms, but I don't know, they say is effective. You could do, I don't know, you can kind of like follow the Destiny Vosh route where it's like they each do both kinds of content, but do well in one over the other.
It's past midnight. I actually have to head out, but I did appreciate this conversation, and would it be too much to ask for the first half? On the second half, I think I do a lot better. But on the first half, outside of the rhetoric, when it comes to like the stuff I'm engaging with, because again, I was a deer in headlights, I was not prepared for that. If there's anything that you think might assist me, just like make maybe a note of it, maybe tell me about it later, or like make one of those lovely documents you like to put on Twitter that pisses people off.
Oh my god, yeah. Why do people listen? It's literally just a fucking header and footer. I don't know, but yeah.
I just want to dunk on you. That's all.
Oh my god, yeah. Sure. I mean, like, yeah, I'll go through and I'll give you my thoughts.
Thank you.
Yeah.
It was nice talking to you, Riley. I'm gonna send my my minions that I've groomed over to you. Okay.
Oh.
That was another thing. He thinks that gay people were produced out of grooming. And so Rob Noor said, who was the first groomer then? And because then it became a chicken or the egg, like what came first scenario.
Oh, interesting.
I'll send it over to you.
Yeah.
See you later.
All right. Sounds good. Talk to you later. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Trans discourse isn't going away for a while. We're still arguing that gay people deserve the same rights as everyone else. Yep. Just watch the debate. It comes up quickly in an earlier part. Okay. I think the biggest thing that we need to convince the general public on is if we can correctly identify trans people, especially trans youth, and that transition helps them. That's an empirical claim that you can provide hard evidence for. Yeah. Listen, I don't want to like get it like, I don't know. I've spoken a lot with Avi. I haven't spoken a lot with Ask Yourself because like the first time I tried talking to Ask Yourself, I don't know. Like I tried talking to him about the Demon Mama debate, I think it was. And Destiny. I was also talking to Destiny, and there's just like some drama there. But I mean, like I really appreciate like Avi's interaction, and I mean, like I'm not saying that disparagingly. Like if people want to take that route, then you can. It's just like as far as like ways to be able to have one approach for dealing with both good and bad faith actors. Like it's Ask Yourself seems incredibly difficult to talk to. I mean, I'll let people, I don't know, y'all can make of that what you will. It's just like, Ask Yourself calls people the R slur and that's not okay. No, that's not okay. That's absolutely not okay. Anyhow. Yeah, it's just like, I don't know. It's very hard to figure out how to like have like one way to talk to both good and bad faith actors. That's the takeaway, you know? And I think that Dylan is kind of dealing with the same kind of problem that I was recently. So it's just interesting.
Dive into Twitch.
I think the obsession with pointing out logical fallacies within conversations is rather counterproductive. Good night, but are you heading out? Okay. It's basically like this is the problem with like like logic or reasoning versus rhetoric, right? Like I think that reasoning, you're like reasoning of certain subjects is like the most important thing. Like I think that's like prime like issue number one that you focus on, right? It's like, all right, we begin with our reasoning, you know? Yeah, talk to you later. Like we begin with our reasoning, right? Like is our reasoning sound? But the problem is that there are some people who focus so much on that they forget like that rhetoric is also very important, you know? Like if you have the best ideas it doesn't really matter if you cannot convince other people to adopt them. Does that make sense, everyone? Like, it is important that you understand why you believe what you do, and that you're able to convince. It's important that you understand why you believe what you do, but it's also just as important to be able to convey what you believe to other people in such a way where they also adopt your views. You know? There's not really drama between Destiny and Avi. Ask yourself, he just doesn't like that they put formal logic leagues above rhetoric and that they're pushing him to engage with them. Yeah, I mean, like, I can get that. I don't know. It's always weird to me when people are like, oh, debate me, you know? So basically in Twitch debates, it's never productive. Yeah, like, I don't know. Like, I'm trying to make it more, at least within my own sphere, that, like, if people want to come talk to me, then, like, they can. But if you're just going to be, like, super toxic, or it seems like you're coming in, not extending my positions in any charitability, you're coming in trying to harm me, you've caused me harm negligently, but you haven't reconciled it, or you're acting, like, with a financial or clout incentive, then I'm like, nah. I think it's also important to find ways to empathize with people who you fundamentally disagree with. Yeah, I think I can agree with that. It can just be really hard when the fundamental disagreement is, like, on whether or not, I don't know, like, whether or not you are, your being gay is, like, a fundamental wrong, or your being trans is, like, a fundamental wrong, right? Like, it can be hard to do that, but I don't think that, like, I otherwise disagree. I find it much better to explain why the reasoning is fallacious rather than simply cite the fallacy. I do think that's true, right? Like, it can be... Here's the way that I think about it, right? A lot of my understanding of, like, logical fallacies comes from my studying of the rules of evidence, right? Which, for anyone who goes to law school, if you take evidence, then hooray. I don't know. I like being able to study evidence because, in the weird way, it kind of teaches you about all of the logical fallacies that have been that are incorporated into the law. But you should be able to reasonably explain all of, like, there's like a fundamental underlying issue, logically speaking, that you can kind of explain to people in a way that's more accessible than just saying, like, oh, that's hearsay. Oh, that's lack of foundation. Oh, that's character evidence, right? Like, when you can just, like, explain to people why there's an issue, you know? Like, as opposed to just saying, like, oh, that's hearsay. Like, explain to people, like, listen, like, relying on just the statements that other people make to be able to support their claims can be bad, because if you're doing that, then, you know, you run into the risk of people being wrong in their statements or just lying, right? Like, that's a much more salient, much clearer explanation for why something isn't trustworthy than just saying, oh, that's hearsay, right? Which isn't going to mean a lot to most people outside the legal profession.
Disturbing place where no debate panel is allowed to exist without a homosexual or transgender being included in it. A place where gay sex can be openly talked about, but people can be banned for a name. A disgusting den of iniquity. The most interesting part of Twitch is all of the trans liars. You probably don't know.
Oh, fuck. Am I being subtweeted here? Is this actually, this isn't about me, is it? Am I being hardcore subtweeted here?
About them, but you see, I've spent the last few weeks diving into the chats of these lunatics and listening to them or debating with them, as they are almost to a person grifters. Demon Mama, for instance, told me that they had cut their balls off live. All
right, so if Demon Mama's in this mix, oh shit, am I in here? Am I included?
Most likely a lie. Most, if not all, of the trans broadcasters on Twitch are likely frauds. They take your money for surgeries they never get and laugh at you. They aren't.
What's the fraud here? They take your money for surgeries and just laugh at you? I just gotta keep listening. I don't know. Like, I can easily see why Dylan was just, like, thrown. All the trans liars. Someone told me they got surgery and they didn't yet. Wait. Oh, is that the grifters that, like, oh, someone said that they got surgery and they didn't? He's saying that you and Demon Mama are pretending to be trans women, but actually aren't. Wait, what? No. You can't be serious. Are you really? Also, wait, did he specifically say me? Right now he's just saying Demon Mama. It'd be really weird if he said me, considering I literally just came out of bottom surgery, but okay. So basically all the trans streamers just don't got titties? Yeah, for real. Here's $5. You may only contribute this to surgeries. Yeah, for real. He's referring to all trans people. there's so many things there. Clearly that was a psyop. This is all an elaborate plan. He's a chaser and trying to get sent proof that it's only an explanation. True. Oh my god. That's amazing. Sorry, everyone. Apparently, all trans streamers are just conspirizing to actually fool you into thinking that we're trans. It's all just a big gag to get all that sweet Twitch money because you know I get paid so much. I literally just offboarded from affiliate. I actually literally today took a pay cut because I wanted to be able to reach a wider audience, not because even if it would end up costing me less money, because you know I want to be able to talk to more people.
Transitioning at all into anything. I did some calling around, and gender reassignment surgery, where the anatomy is actually manipulated via surgery of any kind, is extremely rare. Breast implants being the exception to this rule. Actual genitalia surgery doesn't happen much, and almost everybody who identifies as being trans.
What's the? Hold on. I mean, like, this is gonna give me an aneurysm just listening to. A big reason why trans, like gender affirming surgeries are so rare is because they're hard as hell to get. Being trans equals having bottom surgery. Yeah. Give me that sweet trans streamer money. Aw, yeah. No, the reason why is because it's just really hard to fucking get. Like, if you ever want me to go into a deep dive about, like, the difficulties of me getting it, then we can certainly have that conversation extensively. But to abridge it, just for this discussion, I mean, not only did I have to go on to hormone replacement therapy for several years, not only did I have to get, like, multiple therapist letters to be able to even get a consultation. Not only did I have to get the consultation, then wait another half year. Not only did I have to be able to pay the or the what's it called? Whatever insurance doesn't cover for surgery. Not only did I have to cover that, which was more than a couple $1,000s. Not only did I have to be able to pay to be able to be over in New York for a month. Not only did I have to do that. Wait, what was that? No. Not only did I have to be able to pay to be over in New York for a month, getting gender affirming surgery. God damn it. Not only did I have to pay to be over in New York for a month, not only did I have to be able to do that while also not working during that time, not only did I have to do that while not working that time, and also get another caretaker to be able to do that. Like, fam, I don't think that you understand just how difficult this is to do. And I'm a reasonably privileged person. Like, I was able to do those things too, you know? And I was able to have my family pay for a lot of it. My mom literally take off a month to come out to New York City to take care of me. And it was still hard as all hell. Like, no shit, a lot of people don't get this. It's hard as fuck too. But no, it's not that trans people are just grifting online for all of that sweet Twitch money, which is so much money. The more irreversible a procedure is, the more doctors hesitate to do it. Yeah, that's also the aspect of it, right? I'm just talking from like a personal like my personal journey into getting it, right?
Transgender hasn't undergone.
Oh, and then also I'm still like basically home, like I'm basically stuck at home for like the course of the summer because I have a lot of physical therapy that I have to do here in my apartment, like 4 times a day. That I can't, that significantly restricts my travel and my ability to be able to work, right? So yeah, like.
Most of them are frauds. Ask the ones on Twitch who raise money to have one sometime. They'll go ballistic because they took the money and skipped the surgery. They are what I call trend.
Hold on, is there actually any evidence provided for this? Or is this just like random anecdotes that are extrapolated out of nothing?
Sexuals. And you.
Nope. Oh, wow. Can I get, hold on. Does anyone have the meme? The one meme where it's like, hey, what are your sources? The sources trust me, dude. As an appropriate meme for this circumstance.
You guys all funded them. Ask them for the receipt. You see, men can't orgasm if they have their balls cut off. That's why they don't do it. That's why they.
All right, hold on. I'm going to be the first one to say it. You can absolutely orgasm after you have bottom surgery. All right. Riley, love you. Hey, what's up? What's happening, Calvin? Yeah, you can. I'm gonna be the one. I'm here to tell you the news, fam. You can absolutely orgasm after having bottom surgery. And also, newsflash: if you are trans and you get bottom surgery, it might actually no personal information to go off of here. It might actually be better. Yeah. So this guy doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about.
Have such high testosterone in these debates. They aren't eunuchs, they just never did it. These transsexuals and charlatans are reading books to small children between the ages of 3 and 5 nationwide. Trans Charlatan Story Hour. The same trans individual.
Wait, what?
They are what I call trend sexuals. And you guys all funded them. Ask them for the receipt. You see, men can't orgasm if they have their balls cut off. That's why they don't do it. That's why they have such high testosterone in these debates. They aren't eunuchs, they just never.
Also, high testosterone. So, like, in order to be assertive, in order to be like, all right, I'm gonna be the one to say it right now because this is definitely this is probably talking about Demon Mama. This is like trans misogynistic, right? Because like my issue with her, like, to be entirely clear, is not the fact that is not just the fact that she can be like very over the top and and sometimes like unjust and sometimes just like angry in general. Because, like, women can absolutely be angry. It's just the fact that she does it all the time. But this is making it sound like, oh, yeah, the trans streamers who are always, like, super over the top in these conversations, like, the fact that they ever get angry, that's because they're testosterone, right? And it's like, no, like, you can be, like, women can do that. And it's just making it sound like, oh, the reason that these people are angry in the way that they are is just because they have testosterone, that women actually are much more passive and not as confrontational and much nicer, right? It's always a white guy with a facial hair shout out. Oh my God. Yeah.
Forget it. These transsexuals and charlatans are reading books to small children between the ages of 3 and 5 nationwide. Trans Charlatan Story Hour. The same trans individual who is doing these readings and pioneered them is also singing the song in the Blues Clues episode in question to the tune of a Civil War song called When Johnny Comes Marching Home. A Civil War song, interestingly enough, which is appropriate as that song itself was stolen, much like women's identities are being stolen by trans women. The broader implication.
Oh my God, he's just dropping like every fucking like a turf, like every little turf quip. This is the problem with having, I can very easily see why Dylan was frustrated from this conversation, right? Is because like a lot of these things, a lot of these little quips take so much to be able to unpack. And when someone just rapid fires them off at you, it can just be really hard to like parse your way through all of them if you're not super familiar with the arguments, right? Like trans women are Civil War, checkmate atheists. I know, right? Yeah, I know, right? But like that's the issue here, right? Is that like, a lot of these little quips and arguments, he's not substantiating whatsoever, but if you're not familiar with how to be able to argue against them, it can be really frustrating to figure out how to be able to do that on the spot, because you just need to be able to, like, there's a lot of prerequisite knowledge that you need to know going into these kinds of conversations that Dylan just wasn't prepared for. I'm an expert on stealing gender from people. Oh, yeah. Gotcha. It almost sounds like he was saying that to become a trans woman, you have to go steal womanhood from cis women. Yeah. No, I mean, like, that's kind of the argument. And that's like, a lot of TERFs will make the argument that there's like a finite amount of womanhood that exists in the world, or they'll make that kind of they'll make that kind of appeal, right? They're like, oh, you're expanding the definition of what it means to be a woman, right? Therefore implying that like if you expand it too much, then you end up like destroying what it means to be a woman, right? Which isn't the case, right? Like there's no like finite amount of womanhood. Like even if we were to take, like even if we do end up expanding the definition of womanhood, and I'm not necessarily making that stance, but even for people who take that stance, there's nothing inherently wrong with that, because there's no like finite amount of what it means to be a woman, right? Got to take equal womanhood from somewhere else. Yeah, I know, right? How can there be a finite amount of womanhood? That's the weirdest shit I've ever seen. Yeah, I know, right?
Of a society that is so disgusting it will glorify a man pretending to be a woman while that person sings about what a family is should send shudders down your spine. For 60 years, homosexuals laid the groundwork for societal acceptance and marriage equality. They got it. The organizations didn't go away, though. Instead, the infrastructure was co-opted by transgenders, many of whom...
By transgenders. Also, the reason the organizations didn't go away was because, A, like, LGBT equality has not been perfectly achieved for even, like, gay people in our society. But also, B, like, yeah, like, if issues for gay people are largely resolved, and again, that's not saying that they are completely, but if they're largely resolved, and that doesn't mean that there's no room for... there's no work to be done for other people within the LGBT community, right? And right now, trans issues, yeah, like Yeah, I know, right? Like right now, is literally the time to be advocating for trans rights. So it makes a lot of sense that like that's where a lot of LGBT organizations are primarily focusing, since that's mainly what's in political discourse at the moment, right? Like that just tracks.
Whom are not homosexuals by any metric that can be logically explained. Dylan here, for instance, he's a homosexual. I agree this is true. There's simple criteria for this. He has sex with men. It's no more complex than that. Dylan has stated many times he doesn't believe homosexuals can change their sexual orientation. They can't help it. They are born that way, yet somehow he is able to embrace the paradox that men can be women. You see, if you claim that men can be women as trans advocates,
it's not. Wait, hold on. Well, I want to listen to this a little bit more. All right, so this is the paradox: is like men can be women. All right, that's not what trans people. Well, hold on. Like trans women are women, so it's not saying that men can be women. It's that you're fundamentally mischaracterizing whether or not someone is a man or a woman.
Then you have to accept that they are real women. If a gay man transitions to being a woman and you consider them a real woman and they sleep with men, then they aren't gay. They can't be.
Oh my God. All right, hold on. If you have someone who previously identified as a gay man and they transition and then they're a woman, but they're still attracted to men, that just means that they're a straight woman. So if they have then they would know, then this person, it's like the idea that like, oh, they would go around having sex with gay men. Like they wouldn't. They would go around probably having sex with straight men, like men who are interested in them as women, or like bi men, right? He's this random girl to the top left, host of the debate panel, right? It's a sort of talking point that trans people destroy gayness. Yeah, I know. That's the whole Arielle Scarelli argument, right? Yeah, like in this situation, the person who would go on the transition would probably just end up being like a straight girl. There are plenty of people like this. Then they go on to just have Dylan is gay, and then they would just go on and have sex with probably straight men. And guess what? The men who would have sex with that trans woman would be straight, because they're attracted to women. They have sex with that person, and they have that sex with that person because they're attracted to women. They see that person as a woman. Boom. Oh my God. That's so heckin' crazy.
It would be a paradox if they were. So essentially, if by my estimation, gays have cured homosexuality. All a gay man has to do to not be a homosexual is claim they are a woman. Just like that, they are a woman and no longer gay. In Dylan's world.
What the fuck is this argument? Oh my God. All you have to do to claim that all you have to do to not be a homosexual is to just claim that you're a woman if you're gay. Well, the problem is, all right, so hold on. The first aspect of this is that like, so first this is wrong because gender is more than just self-identification. There's there's more to gender beyond that. If we want to be super specific, we would say that there are intrinsic qualities, namely that there's like some kind of underlying preferences which are so strong that they need to be satisfied to be seen, recognized, and treated as a woman in society that would not exist for Dylan in this circumstance. Otherwise, we would know that because he would identify as a woman, he would feel a need to identify as that woman, as a woman, but he doesn't, but he does feel those same kind of inclinations in terms of attraction towards men, which is why we would say that he is a gay man and not a straight woman, right? Like that's the fundamental difference between those two categories, right? Is that like while Dylan feels like these internal inclinations towards attraction to men, that he does not feel any kind of comparable internal inclinations towards being identified and being treated as a woman, right? So like that's the distinction here. Tell Dylan that he has sexy hair. I don't like this Andrew guy. Yeah, no, listen, Calvin, this is like, I'm just going to be one to tell you right now, this is like 20,000 degrees of like chronically online internet. Like now we are actually down into like so deep into the internet. This is where the fascists are. All right. Like the people who actually make these arguments, like this is the kind of conversation that involves no people except for Dylan who ever actually touch grass. All right. So don't treat this like this is something like that serious.
Worldview, though, they are born gay and can't change that fact. And I want to know how he squares the two. I don't think he can, yet he will.
Because trans people, I would make the argument that trans people, in the same way that like gay people are born gay, that trans people are born as who they are. Like that would be like how I square that, is that like trans people don't choose to be trans. They can choose to come out and they can choose to transition, but they don't choose to be trans, right? Yeah.
Advocate one of these clearly crazy people be allowed on the television in the face of all decency to preach to
clearly crazy people. Bro, you opened up talking about the alphabet mafia and the transgender paradox. Like, I'm sorry. As far as the argument for who is the clearly crazy person here. And you also made the conspiracy that all trans people are just they're all trans people on Twitch, or all trans women on Twitch are actually asking for money for surgery, not to get that surgery, but just to grift and lie about themselves being trans. Like, I'm sorry, dude. Like, when you're saying that, like, oh, people are getting up and being crazy, and yet you're literally starting out with conspiracy theories without any substantiated evidence, like, you're not starting off with your greatest foot there.
Was what family is. I'm almost there. So I'm going to give this a hard pass, a complete and total hard pass. No LGBT on TV until you can show that they are all insane, poisoning our children with your absurdities. So Dylan, I want to ask you directly, is there a cure for being a homosexual? I think there is. If you agree that trans women who sleep with men are real women and not gay, then there is a cure for homosexuality. Is that not correct?
Oh my God. I'm so sorry. I am so sorry for Dylan for getting involved in this. I do think that BFP is rhetorically one of the better right-wingers. He's not as bad at speaking, is quite concerning. That is true, right? It's just like, I'm sorry, I'm just like listening to this argument. So like, if we want to, hold on, we have to like parse out this argument. Let's do like a notepad, or, okay. So let's just parse this out really quick. Cure for homosexuality. Step 1. Gay men are... God. I think this dude may be a medical miracle. I'm not sure how you can... I'm not sure how you can be brain dead. Not that way. I think that's a very interesting time to watch stream. Yep. Gay men are attracted to men. Women are attracted to men. Gay men can become to be no longer gay. Is this it? I feel like this is it. It's like gay men are attracted to men. Women are attracted, or I guess it's like straight women. What do you do if you're bi? Ooh. I won't take the straight potion. I won't. I'd love to hear the take on femboys. Oh my God, yeah. I don't know, you probably just say it's like degenerate or some shit. Gay men are attracted to men, straight women are attracted to men, so therefore gay men can become women to be no longer gay. I think that's basically it, right? And the problem is with right here, in that, like, it's kind of implying, so, like, the issue is that it implies that being trans is a choice, and that gay men can choose to be women when they cannot. Like that, yeah, that's it. That's is this a syllogism? I think it's syllogistic. Yeah, that's basically that. But yeah, it's literally like the ridiculous aspect of this is that, I don't know, hey, maybe this will be the thing that actually moves people away from self-ID, because technically, I mean, like, also he's kind of, all right, so also, side note, cure for homosexuality also assumes that being gay is an illness or otherwise bad for you, which is not the case. Yeah, it's not. I don't know. Be gay, do crime, but don't do crime. Just be gay. Eat hot chip and be gay. There you go. There's the prescription. I will always ID as a femboy over just normal gay because there's a difference between that and the twink IMO. All right. I don't know as much about the culture, so hey, yeah, go for it. But yeah, so like, I don't know. Maybe this will be the thing that finally moves people away from self-ID, because technically, like, so if we divorce like the being gay aspect from this, the primary issue is that implies that being trans is just like a choice, and that gay men could just like choose to be a woman and then they could be straight, which isn't the case. Or I would argue that that's not the case.
Okay, damn. Wow, man, I did not know. I'm straight with the cigarettes.
Oh, it's 12:33. We're gonna go for a little bit of this because, dear God, this is just taking forever. I don't know how much I want to go into this because this is gonna take fucking forever. I can tell. Like, this is someone where you need to stop them like every 5 seconds. I don't know. Maybe be gay, do taxes. There you go. Maybe, I don't know. I might like put my community on this. Maybe I'll like assign, hey, people in my community, is this something that you would want to take up over the weekend? Because I am going to actually be doing the gay and having a girl in town who I have been talking to. So I'm going to be taking off the weekend. So if you want to, maybe some people in the community want to like research this and like look into it with Dylan and like help him like put together like a good covered response, whatever. Like if that's something that you would all, OMG, yeah. Do a gay, yeah. I knew it. Yeah, look. Anyway, so if people in the community would be interested in like helping out Calvin, then that could be useful. If Dylan has help, he has mine. All right, cool. I'm gonna let him know then. We'll watch this for a little bit more though, just because I don't know. This is just like more entertaining than anything for me.
I'm opposed to like smoking on TV personally. I think it sets a bad influence. But first on the Mr. Rogers points, yes, there's people with many different beliefs who think good things and bad things. George Washington had a lot of cool beliefs about freedom. He also.
Yep. Okay. I see. Yeah. I see where the problem. Yeah. Dylan is prepared for a very different conversation than Andrew is having. Right. Stop saying Calvin. This is so. Wait. What do you mean? Oh well. I'm gonna revert to Calvin as Calvin. All right. Wow. Out of the date, Dylan base. Yeah. I know. Oh yeah. Fuck smoking. Yeah. But like Dylan is like very prepared for an entirely different conversation than what Andrew is. Right. Like I can see where this is going.
Own slaves. So, you know, I can trust a good belief and also say, like, if I'm saying, like, hey, I believe in liberty and freedom from George Washington. But then you say, you know, he owned slaves. Do you have to be pro-slavery now? No, I think that doesn't make sense. And you're right. No panel on Twitch, no successful one, can actually stream, and this is good, without a gay or LGBT guest. Why? Because I'm the host of the biggest politics panel on Twitch, and I'm gay.
Dylan. God damn it. I love you, Dylan, because you're doing... God... I feel like we're both going through the exact same thing. You cannot, this is like the number one takeaway from this, right? You cannot treat a clearly bad faith actor with any ounce of good faith. You cannot do that. Dylan, you're too good for this world. I mean, for me, this is the reason I just don't interact with these people. Also, hey, welcome all the new people to the Discord. Yeah, welcome. Pick up a seat. But like Dylan is clearly being hyperbolic here. Seems like he's toying with the gun now. Wait, what? Seeing like he's toying with the guy now. I mean, like Dylan is such a well, I mean, like right now he's kind of being like I'm not sure if I don't think that hyperbolic is the way to put it. The way I see it is that like Dylan is trying my read of it, maybe this is incorrect. But I feel like this is like Dylan trying to be like friendly, but also like, you know, stand his ground. I'm not sure if that's the way that you should be here. I can't think of a better way to like, it's so hard to deal with all the shit that he threw that it kind of makes sense in a way that Dylan just stuck to basically like his pre-prepared content. Yeah, it's just really hard to basically respond to like 20 so much wrong shit. Like this is like the problem with all right, so if you all a lot of people bring up this term, but this is like a very good example of why it's very difficult in like actual debates to deal with, like gish galloping. Like when someone gives you like 20 really bad arguments, it can be really, really difficult to respond to all of them, right? Like that, like this is the reason why it's such an issue, right? Oh, hey, I'm back. I was getting 25% on my phone. Have we moved? Yeah, we moved on from Vosh. Yeah, exactly. Like it's just there's so much shit that Dylan would be expected to respond to there that there's not really a good way to be able to do it. RGR is clearly not only the only politics panel on Twitch. Prime and others exist. In the case of BFP, though, yeah, good faith is kind of foolish. His type is best for dunking on and trolling. I think that's basically my takeaway from this, right? The problem is that there's a very precise way of doing it. Like, it's really hard. It is, like, it's a very particular skill for how you deal with bad faith actors who are able to come across and at least sound reasonable while delivering, like, ass backwards points, right? Like, it's a really, really particular skill set that I'm going to say not a lot of people are good at. And I'm not good at it. If debate with AJW is an indication, like, that's a skill that I have not gotten down yet. And my solution is I'm just not going to interact with people who are like that, right? It's just an entirely different skill set.
So by default, it has to have an LGBT person on there because I'm always on there.
Literally just keep asking them questions and see how far they're going to make stuff up. No, but sometimes they'll just bite the bullet, right? Like, remember Dylan mentioned earlier that Dylan brought up the fact that, like, listen, your rhetoric is going to lead to, like, higher rates of suicide for trans youth. And apparently, if what I've heard so far is true, then Andrew's just going to shrug and be like, yeah, whatever. And then you can't really do anything after that. I mean, maybe you just drop that. Maybe it's like, oh, well, I've gotten the answer. Now this person seems unreasonable. But, like, sometimes they'll just bite it, right? VFP will bite the bullet. Yeah, like, that's the thing, right? You probably prefer that? Yeah, exactly. So, like, and usually a lot of people are able to, like, make those kind of questions into victories because, like, there will be some people who don't want to come across seeming, like, completely unreasonable. So they'll, like, squirm a little bit. And the squirming is actually what matters, right? Because then it shows the audience, like, oh, there's something that this person doesn't want to say, but they kind of believe or they have to concede based on what they've said so far. But, like, a BFP just kind of owns it, right? And it's just like, yeah, no, I all right, whatever. Then it doesn't come across as, like, as impactful. This is actually a really important thing that I always teach people when I coach mock trial. Like, the best thing that you can do to get, like, to deal with a really, really difficult point that you want, that you have to concede based on what you believe, but you don't want to deal with, is just to give, like, a straight yep or a straight no. And to not really fight that much, right? Teach me how to be a lawyer. Yeah. But, like, that's the way that you deal with that, right? Like, when you're dealing with really tough questions, you just give, like, a super simple, non-confrontational answer, and they just have to move on, you know? And that's a victory, one that you can use to attain his audience opinions of him through other lines of questioning. It's also one you can use to nuke any argument he may have about being pro-life. Interesting. Vosh would say that owning him makes it look strong and makes people who agree with him feel strong. Interesting. Less you say now, less you have to apologize for later. Yeah, well, I mean, like, that's sure, right? It, like, the less that you say, the less that you squirm, the less you give the opportunity to the other person who's asking the questions, the less opportunity you give them to, like, hammer that into you, you know? Like, if someone asks me the question, like, I don't know. I'm going to use this as an example. I don't actually believe this, but let's say that I was asked the same question. I was Big Papa Fascist and I was in his shoes, right? If someone just told me, like, Riley, are you saying that you're engaging in this rhetoric because you think, like, are you aware that this might possibly increase the risk of suicide for trans youth? And I'm just like, yep. It's really hard to be able to follow up on that. Like, I could be, like, the other person asking a question and be like, wait, are you actually saying that you're completely fine if by engaging in this kind of rhetoric that you're increasing the risk of suicide for trans youth? And I'm just like, I mean, yeah, whatever. Then there's really nothing else that the person can do beyond that, right? Like, at that point, like, the line of questioning is, it's over. Like, it's always the wiggling that you're looking for, you know?
Shakalaka, amazing logic. Number 3, when it comes to the no evidence of transition, this is actually really simple to deal with because I helped one of them personally get the transition. Riley Grace Rochong, actually,
Whoa! Hello there! Where's the... Hold on, wait, can I get the GIF in chat where it's like the... dang it, the one actor where he's sitting on the couch and he's like... Like, hey, that's me! Name drop. Yeah, I know, right? So that's interesting.
babysat their turtle as he went off to get their surgery, to deal with that stuff. We saw that happen. We saw the recovery process. That was all done in the public eye.
Actually, that is true. All right, there you go. Yeah, like the whole, oh, this is a big conspiracy theory. Like, Like the whole idea that this is some conspiracy theory try to get like money away. Like, listen, I don't. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, that's the name. Like RGR, it would seem like that would be a good place to use any arguments based on ethos or pathos in combination with BFP's admitted moral failing. That could be good. That could be good, right? I'm just saying that like if you wanted to do that, that would be like the place to do it. But there's not like if you don't fight as much on issues that you don't actually disagree with, then like it can be a good way for people who don't know how to be able to deal with that situation. Yeah, all right, there you go. It can be a good way. Also, Riley, do you still like the police? I don't know. It can be a good way to be able to like get a lot of people to basically stop pressing you on something or to take a lot of like wind out of their sails. That's the point.
That's very obvious to the public eye. You are somebody that I know.
Wait, so hold on. Is this debate actually going to become about me? Wait, hold on. Chat, is this about to become about me and whether or not I'm authentically a trans person? Has that become the subject of this debate? RGR, I will admit that would require a setup and you're the law talking logic out here. I'm just an amateur. Well, yeah, you're fine. No, I think that what you're bringing up is like salient, right? I think that you have a good point. Or I think that what you're saying is true, right? That like there is a way to be able to capitalize on that. It's just hard, right? Everything is about me. I know what. Listen, I'm just trying to. I'm just vibing. All right. I'm in the center of so much fucking controversy, and I hate it. Also because I don't know. I feel like it sucks because like ideally I would like to have like I would like to have an editor, but at the same time I like being able to go over everything that I produce, so I can be able to review and introspect and reflect and all that good stuff. So it's just like there's so much stuff going on that I wish I could be involved in, but I just don't have the time or the capacity to be able to do it. But whatever.
Oh, like usually ask for receipts on stuff, for stuff that you have no evidence for. So you just ask for receipts. A great example would be your kerfluffle with Hunter Avalon, accusing him of being funded by big groups while having no receipts. And then you ask for receipts that don't exist, right? Because he's a grifter, and I assume receipts will just magically appear out of nowhere. Those receipts don't exist. So you can ask for receipts for medical surgeries. People who are taking this money, as far as I know, do go through with this. You're going to have to show me examples of this happening. And even if it did happen, that doesn't mean for cases like Riley Grace Rojon, what I'm actively talking about right now, that didn't happen because we all saw that happen publicly. We saw the changes in someone's body, and I had to personally babysit their turtle. There's video footage of that little shit turtle in the background. I'm not a big fan of pets.
Hey, listen. Hold on. I'm sorry. Dylan, do not talk shit on my turtle, all right? You have no right to be able to talk shit. Hold on, we'll go full screen. Dylan, you have no right to be able to talk shit on my fucking turtle, all right? You have no right to, all right? My turtle. Shelly, yeah, let's get some Shelly, yeah. Also, my turtle's name is Shelly, and they are great. All right, back over here. Dylan trying to burn the Shelly bridge. Yeah, I know, right? Oh yeah, we have Shelly Pogs in chat. Yeah, there you go.
Okay. And when it comes to what was the next one? Oh, and just want to let to the public know that I'm personally going to be hosting a drag queen story hour in the near future in my community. Just wanted to throw that out there. Now, when it comes to organizations, LGBTQ plus organizations not magically going away, is because there's still many issues when it comes to whether adoption or international problems. For example, Hungary just banned so-called gay propaganda, what we're talking about right now, as a means to combat pedophilia.
I'm so worried that I'm going to become like a subject matter in the debate.
Pedophilia. There's still work to be done. So why would you get rid of said organizations, whether it be on adoptions, whether it be on mental health care, whether it be on just general health care for LGBTQ plus people, whether it be combating conversion therapy, which is an unproven method of torture, whether it be combating politicians who are trying to get into office to push back the stuff that we've gained. And I do believe trans people are included in that community, and there's a lot of work to be done there. So I don't know why these organizations would magically disappear if there's still work to be done. That's like saying the NAACP should have faded into existence once Martin Luther King made his I Have a Dream speech. There's still work to be done in the black community. Why would they go away? I don't really believe in the born that way narrative. I think you just assumed I did. I believe it's a combination of nature and nurture. I don't really think scientists have really been able to properly quantify it. So I do think it's like semi-born that way. I do believe I think I can only guess that I was born that way. I don't think science has really completely discovered. There's a combination of hormones.
I think there could be some truth to this, right? So basically, if we're talking about like, there seems to be a lot of evidence that like, or I don't want to say, we can primarily think of gender and sexuality in terms of like internal preferences towards certain kinds of behavior, right? Preferences, and I mean like a lot of people like hear the word preference and are like, wait, Riley, preference. Are you saying that like a lot of these things are just choice? And like, no, it's obviously not what I'm saying, right? No one really chooses what their preferences are. They're usually molded in the way that kind of Dylan just described by a combination of nature and nurture. And we can observe that even from that, like some kind of preferences, especially relating to gender, tend to be formed very early on in someone's life and can be molded throughout the course of someone's life, but are a lot stronger and more central to someone's personality than most other types of preferences, right? Like there are examples of studies where it and usually conservatives bring this up, but I mean, like this is really, really good for like trans people, where children are going to be more predisposed to play with certain kinds of toys over others, depending on whether or not they are boys or girls or AMAB or AMFAB or whatever. And like that's entirely true for trans people as well, right? Like there's preferences that we have that are gendered from a very early age, and they're probably developed more as we go throughout life. But as they relate to sexuality and gender, there's more evidence than otherwise to suggest that like it's more intrinsic than just any other kind of preference that's developed later on throughout life, right? Does that make sense? I was born boringly straight. Take that, silly fact. Yeah, exactly. Something cannot be a choice and not biologically based. For example, if your first language is English, it will always be your first language. Yeah, that's true. But like that's the idea, right? So like, you know, I think that there's salient evidence. Like I think that like what Dylan is saying right now is probably true. That's like you know, when we're thinking about like gender and sexuality, it's a combination of nature versus nurture. But that's not to say that there's nothing but there is a lot of evidence to say that like biological factors, especially those from birth, play a really heavy influence in how someone's gender and sexuality play out. That's the idea.
Hormones and maybe some nature. It's too. There isn't a scientific consensus on the matter, so I don't want to make any assumptions.
During your breakdown of Pastor Anderson's anti-LGBTQ rants, you explained multiple times that one of the primary reasons it was wrong is because the homosexuals in question couldn't help it.
Yes.
Do you stand by that?
Yes, but that's also they can help that they're I can't, if something happens to me at 3 and I don't know what that could be that impacts the nurture of my sexuality. That happens for all people, by the way. It impacts what fetishes people have, what sexual interests people have is also stuff that is nurtured. I can't control what happens to me at 3 unless you think maybe like I was gonna like put on like blockers and like go through society like going like vagina like through the community like looking for vaginas. Like I unless you thought I could do that at the age of 3, then I don't really think I had control of that. No.
Okay, so you do think that it's environmental then?
I think it's environmental and nature. I think it's a combination. That seems to be what most scientists believe at the moment, but they haven't reached a complete consensus. Like one example would be hormones.
What do you think? Not what scientists think. What do you personally think?
A combination of nature and nurture.
A combination of nature and nurture. So my question then stands one more time to you, Dylan. Do you believe that a transgender woman's a real woman?
Yes.
Okay, if you believe a transgender woman is a real woman, then if they engage in sex with a male, they would be engaging in heterosexual sex. Is that correct?
No, that would be.
Wait, hold on. All right. All right, so hold on. I think I can see where this argument is going to be going. So there's a couple things here, right? So the first is to be able to acknowledge that, well, so to go back to like this idea of like gender and sexuality in terms of preferences, right? I think that normally when people think about like what they are sexually attracted to, I think it's actually a lot more complex. Why is he so concerned? Yeah, I know, right? I think that it actually ends up becoming a lot more complex than most people think it is, right? For example, how many of you in chat are like self-identify as straight men? Give me a 1 in chat if you identify as like a straight man. All right. I just want to see like that's usually like the easiest one to like get a census of. But like if that happens to be, I don't know, maybe my chat is like just super fucking queer. Yeah, there you go. Straights. All right. Yeah. All right, Calvin, that's enough. Okay. Wait, no, I'm bi. Never mind. Okay. Well, when we talk about like straight guys, right? When we're actually discussing like what it means to be straight, I think it ends up being a lot more complex than what people make it out to be, you know? Like, what does it mean? Well, it means that you're going to be normally, but not always, attracted to a certain type of genitalia. It means that you're going to be normally, but not always, attracted to a certain body type. It's going to mean that you're normally, but not always, attracted to certain kinds of breasts or breasts in general. It means that you're normally, but not always, going to be attracted to certain kinds of like other, like most of the time, what happens is that when you have someone who's straight, there are usually certain qualities that they find attractive, like they have certain preferences that are more important than others, some which don't really matter that much at all. And those are usually the things that they're acting on, right? But it's not just like, oh, I'm just like categorically attracted to women, right? Because straight guys aren't attracted to every single woman that exists, right? Like most straight men are not going to be attracted to every single individual woman, right? By virtue of the fact that they're a woman. There's something else at play there. Twitch chat has a lot of ones. Oh yeah, DGG. What the fuck are you doing? Get into the Discord. All right, get in there. I see you. Get in there. But I mean, like, there's, what was I saying? But there's going to be a lot more. There's going to be a lot of other things that guys are attracted to that they would otherwise like categorize under the umbrella of straight, that probably inform what their sexual preferences are, you know? So like here, when we're talking about like, if you have a straight guy who ends up having sex with a trans woman, are they gay? I would say fundamentally, no, that they're not gay. Because like, I don't know, let's pull up like an example. I don't want to use myself as an example because I don't want people judging whether or not I'm like attractive, right? But like, oh God, can I like log on to TikTok here? Might be able to. I don't know, like it's kind of weird. I'm gonna ask that you, I don't want to like compare people. I don't know, like people can look up like Blair White or like all the usual examples, right? Actually I've done that on stream before, so I'll just use Blair White. Or actually, no, screw that. I'll use Samantha Lux. Since that's kind of like her shtick right now is like very attractive trans woman on the internet. Okay. Like Samantha Lux, like you look at this person and by every reasonable measure, like I would say that this is a very attractive woman, right? Like I would say that she is incredibly, incredibly attractive, right? And that's kind of her bit right now, right? Like she's very, like her whole bit right now is like very attractive, but also reasonably informed trans person on the internet, and she's like getting super popular. Good for her. Like any guy who said that they were straight and like went and had sex with her, because I'm pretty sure she's also had like bottom surgery, at least from what she's said on her videos before. I would absolutely like not dispute that person is straight, because it makes complete sense that you'd be attracted to this person. Like, look at this person. This is clearly like an absolutely attractive person. Or I would say, I don't know. Like, I am also attracted to women, so I'm speaking more from my own internal preferences, but yeah. She is the moment. So basically, but when we're talking about that, it's not like you're attracted to like her chromosomes, you know? It's not like you're attracted to, oh damn, yeah, Chloe. Is that Chloe Arden? Yeah, exactly. But like when we're talking about what you're attracted to, it's not like you're attracted to her chromosomes. It's not like you're attracted to her genitalia, because I mean, like even then, we're talking about people who have had bottom surgery. I can tell you, believe me, fam, you probably could not tell the difference if you were not told. All right, I cannot show you, but take me at my word. You probably will not tell the difference. And it's like, if really the only thing it comes down to is like, oh, you're attracted to their chromosomes, and like, or I mean, like, at that point, like we get to such a point where it's like the only way that you could tell is if you did like a blood test, you know, or if that person otherwise told you, right? In that case, you're not like attracted to their chromosomes. You're attracted to like other qualities of that person. You're attracted to like secondary sex characteristics, or maybe it's like their genitalia, or maybe it's like a combination. Like, it's more than just like you're attracted to like a biological category of woman, you know? So yeah, God damn it. What was the point I was getting on about this? So when we're talking about like, all right, so like if a man has sex with a trans woman, is that gay? I would say no. Or at least depending on the circumstance. I guess it depends ultimately on like, I will say that there are like chasers out there, or people who are like specifically interested in trans women because they're like more manly women, but they're also like manly cis women, right? So in that case, it's like you could very well like be attracted towards like more masculine women, and it could be a cis woman. In that case, I would probably still call you straight. So for the most part, like if you're going to call yourself straight, and you're mainly attracted and you're primarily attracted to having sex with women, then yeah, I'm not going to dispute that. And that's including in intersectional areas, like when we're talking about with trans people. So yeah, I'm trying to remember the point, but the answer is probably like, yeah, whatever.
Sorry, yeah, that would be heterosexual sex, yeah.
That would be heterosexual
XX chromosomes making me horny. Yeah, I know, right?
Sex. Okay,
yes.
Gotcha. So then we can cure homosexuality by simply allowing a homosexual to become a woman. Is that correct?
Again, that assumes that being trans is a choice, and it's not.
This is the Iranian policy, and it hasn't had much success in the nation of Iran. They've tried this. In the nation of Iran, I somewhat specialize in foreign affairs in the Middle East. What happened?
All right, Don, you're gonna need to unpack this one for me, because this is not the response I was expecting.
is if you are found to be homosexual, an option that's made available.
Oh yeah, wait, hold on. Pixie. You have to censor that. You have to spoiler that. You can't show that. It's too graphic. It's gonna make the chat all horny. You can't show it. You have to spoil that shit. All right. It's gonna make all the people who are attracted. It's gonna make everyone in chat too horny. You can't show it. Get that smut out of here. Yeah, there you go. All right, people. This is the one time I will allow the violation of the rule of no horny posting in the Discord. All right, this is the one time I will allow it.
Available to you is okay. You either get punished or you become a woman. Because there was like a religious debate within Iran, like, is technically this isn't against the religion, so I guess it's okay. And what happens is they do transition, some of them, and you want to know what? That isn't a good life they're living because they don't identify as a woman. If I was right now,
this is interesting because I actually didn't know this.
To just become a woman, I would feel very uncomfortable in my own body. I
don't. This is so cursed. I hate it. I hate it so much. I hate it so much. Also, yeah, all the get hosted by Destiny, all the Coomers come out, yeah.
I don't want boobs. I don't want a vagina.
Coomer
I
hour.
don't want to identify as a woman. I don't feel comfortable using those pronouns. I strongly identify with being a man. The relationships I desire is between a man and another man, not a woman and another man.
Okay, so they would be cured, though.
Oh my god. Fam! I feel this killing my brain cells! Help! Oh my god, it hurts so much. Also, we are like a couple minutes in. How long does this go for? Also, I can't believe this needs to be said, but the way that a man likes a woman is way different than a woman likes a woman. Yeah, for real. Thank you, Dylan, for saying it, but also, holy fuck. Like, for people who do not understand this, like, yeah, the way that women like women, or the way that women love women, is very different from the way that a man loves a woman. This is fundamentally different. And I don't know how to get deeper into that without, like, doing an expose on just, like, lesbian culture. God, this goes on for we're just going to go for a little bit more because, all right, it's 1 a.m. We're going to go on for a couple more minutes, and then we're going to call it, all right?
I mean, in the same way that shooting someone in the head cures them of cancer.
No, not in the same way shooting someone.
Yeah, well, they no longer have cancer.
Okay.
Oh, fuck. All right, hold on. I have to process this for a second. Fuck. All right, hold on, Dylan. I have to process this for a second. The correct answer here was just to say no. I think that was the correct answer. Like, this is interesting route to go there, Dylan. Yeah, I don't know. I think that here the better answer would be just to say, like, no. No. Like, I reject this idea. Like, I reject that this wouldn't even help people. In the way that shooting someone in the head cures them of cancer. I guess the analogy works. It's just... You're getting some kind of audio feedback? Wait, really? Oh, sorry. I was scratching on this. Sorry. Yeah, that was... Sorry, that was me scratching this. My bad. Yeah, I guess it can work. It's just he probably could have gone a better route with this. Like, this is an example of, like, where it's like a reasonable response, but there are better responses. I think that's the way to be able to parse this.
Okay, but they're no longer engaging in homosexual sex by your metric, right?
Yeah, and someone shot in the head no longer has cancer.
Yeah, I get it. I get the comparison you're drawing. It just doesn't make any sense. What I'm asking.
Well, your thing makes no sense to me. So.
Well, it makes total sense.
No, it doesn't.
Homosexuality is the activity of two same-sex people engaging in sexual activity. I can give you every definition under the sun by every authority that you want that proves that that's true.
So if I cut off your dick, would that cure you of heterosexuality since you can't engage in heterosexual sex?
No.
Why not? But you no longer have.
Because I would still have XY chromosomes. So if I engage in sexual intercourse with a male, they would still be same-sex.
So if I just banned you from.
Oh, fuck. Yep. All right. I remember Dylan mentioning this. Yeah. So apparently sex. Hold on. This is amazing to me. that the idea of sex... Hold on. We need to do another dialogue tree. All right, hold on. My brain is rotting from this, but we need to do another dialogue tree. So step 1, chromosomes have to do with biological sex. Biological. I honestly, I don't think I'm misrepresenting the argument here. I actually think that this is what the line of logic is here. Biological sex has the word sex in it. Therefore, chromosomes have to do with sex. Like, is this, hold on, fam, because I mean, like, it doesn't make any sense otherwise to say that, like, I have to listen to this back.
Activity. I can give you every definition under the sun by every authority that you want that proves that that's true.
So if I cut off your dick, would that cure you of heterosexuality since you can't engage in heterosexual sex?
No.
Why not? But you no longer have a
because
penis.
I would still have XY chromosomes. So if I engage in sexual intercourse with a male, they would still be same sex.
So if I just banned...
I'm trying to, if I have XX chromosomes and I integrate. All right, hold on. It's a little bit different. All right, Calvin, stop Ariel posting. All right, enough of this. Political correctness is fascism pretending to be, oh my God. I never learned how to read. Yeah, sex is literally, yeah, it's, how do I do this? So gay sex, hold on. I need to parse this out. Because the conclusion is somehow... I mean, what? I'm just trying to understand how he gets to whether or not sex is gay or straight has to do with your chromosomes. Like, that's the leap. And I guess that's like, hold on. He obviously hasn't seen Pixie explain sex. Yeah, I know, right? No, I mean, like, fuck. This is the... All right, I can understand why Calvin had, like, so much frustration with this guy. Because basically what he's arguing is that, like, so sex and whether or not someone is straight or gay has to do with whether or not there's, like, you're like, engaging with, has to do with the biological sex of a person. And then step 2 is that biological sex is based off of chromosomes. I think that's it, right? So it's like, here. 1, whether someone is gay or straight has to do with the biological sex of those they have sex with. Step 2 is biological sex is determined by someone chromosomes. Therefore, whether you are having gay or straight sex is determined by the chromosomes who you have sex with. All right, but like the problem here, I mean, I don't know, maybe this is also the reason why, like, biological sex is determined by chromosomes is obviously ridiculous, right? Because here, again, like, if we want to say it, like, this is the logical outcome, like, and this is kind of like Steelman, this is like interpreting the position as charitably as I can, right? But like, if we're coming to the conclusion that biological sex is solely determined by someone's chromosomes, and also, by the way, whether someone's gay or straight has nothing to do with the biological sex of the other person. That's another issue, right? As going back to like the conversation earlier, I think it's way more complicated than that. So I think that, like, I take issue with 1 pursuant to the conversation from earlier, but also with 2, because if we only determine by biological sex by someone's chromosomes, then even if we assume 1 to be true, it's really weird. And people can fight me on this, but I feel like there's a reasonable argument to be said that at minimum, it would be reductive to say that this person is a biological male in the same way that, like, I don't know, give me like a male body. In the same way that these guys are, right? Like, there's a fundamental difference between this person and this person. And I'm not going to sit here and say that, like, trans women are, like, biologically female in the same, in like the way that people most conventionally think of trans women. But I think it's reductive to say that they are the same biologically as, like, every cis man. Does that make sense? It's reductive to say that they're, like, a one-to-one comparison. Riley, don't dox me by putting my hot body on stream. Yeah, I know, right? If people want to, like, get super deep into that conversation, this goes to, like, the whole bimodal distribution, the variety of sex characteristics, the fact that nowadays it seems that most medical organizations are defining biological sex in terms of individual qualities. Like, there are different qualities of someone that you sex instead of sexing an entire organism. Because when you, like, take the view that, oh, biological sex is entirely defined by one quality, then you lead to, like, really weird circumstances where you look at people where it's like, you look at them and it just seems really reductive to say that this is a biological male in the same way that any of these people are. Does that make sense? I wish I could have an interview with Arielle Scarelli to get her to change her views. Specifically, her haircut as a woman and as a lesbian. I'm concerned, but the transphobia if there's time left over. Yeah, I get that. Yeah, but, like, if people want to talk more at some point about, like, the whole biological sex argument, there is more conversation to be had there. But, like, the more important thing to take issue with here is that, like, yeah, I absolutely reject that. Like, I think it's an easier rejection to say that whether someone is gay or straight has to do with biological sex. Because even if we assume that it's based off of chromosomes, like, there are plenty of people who are attracted to trans people who are, like, straight. Or, like, there are plenty of people who are straight men who are attracted to trans women. And I would absolutely not dispute, like, their straightness.
You from having sex, would that cure you of it? Like, if I just put you in a room, locked you up, would that cure you of that?
I don't know, but by the metric that you're talking about, you're saying they're no longer homosexuals, they're heterosexuals, then they're engaging in heterosexual sex. That's your metric, not mine. My metric is to say that if you're a homosexual and you're engaged in homosexual sex, that you're a homosexual, regardless of what your gender identity is.
Yeah, but, like, he's really being fast with how he's defining homosexual sex, right? Like, he's essentially defining it down by chromosomes, which I would dispute.
Is by definition.
Okay.
Also, when he says by definition, anytime that someone says by definition, I want a media citation, whatever definition they're relying on, right? Because like, usually when people say it, like, sometimes they can be able to provide a citation, but most of the time when people say, oh, by definition, they don't actually have a definition in mind. They're just saying it to sound more authoritative.
But the thing is, I believe gender identity would impact whether somebody...
It's so hard to pin BFP with that because he would just say he doesn't care that it's reductive. He'd argue the objective truth. Well, yeah, but then he's just saying, oh, what's the objective truth? And I would say, like, oh, how do you know what's the objective truth? And then we can get, I mean, like, if we want to, then we can get to a conversation about epistemology. How do you know what you know? But, like, he's just making an appeal to objective truth, or he would in that instance, more likely just to, like, try and sound good in the same way that here he's like, oh, by definition. Like, when people say, like, by definition, you know, it's not actually appealing to some kind of authoritative definition. It's more that he's just trying to sound more authoritative. From what I remember what he says, BFP treats homosexuality as merely depending on whether or not you seek the same biological sex. This is very interesting when he says that if you change your gender to the opposite sex, you're now correctly in his mind heterosexual, which implies that he thinks that trans women are women, I think. Maybe, yeah, I mean, like, it's a contradiction. I think that the way that he's trying to use it is trying to, like, appeal... Well, I mean, like, I think that's because... So, like, Andrew there, if I'm being charitable to what he thinks, I don't think that he's trying to contradict himself. I don't know, he might be. But I think it comes from the fact that Andrew probably doesn't acknowledge any meaningful difference between gender and biological sex. That seems to be where that would stem from, right? So, like, in his mind, if he says that there's no difference and that trans people are actually trying to change their biological sex, which I don't think that anyone is arguing, right? Or that's usually not the argument that people make if they're arguing for trans rights, right? Usually people focus a lot more on gender, and then, like, the biological sex argument, even Steelman, is, like, a lot more complicated, right? But, like, I think in this instance is arguing that, like, since he doesn't seem to recognize the difference between gender and biological sex, that therefore trans people are claiming to be changing their biological sex to that of a cis woman or a cis female or whatever terminology you want to use. And therefore, in that instance, if you were able to take a gay man and change their biological sex so that now they were a cis woman, then it would logically follow that, like, oh, well, in that case, they would be just a straight man.
That is hetero or homosexual sex.
Why?
Because they're a woman.
At the end of the debate, BFE says his entire moral system comes from a literal biblical interpretation, so I don't expect any epistemology to be effective against him. Oh. Neat! Great! I love it!
But by what metric? Is there any quantifiable metric you can give me that they're a woman? Or is every definition for homosexual sex?
Identify as a woman.
Okay, but every engagement.
Oh no, Dylan, no! Fuck. God. Fucking damn it. Dylan, I think the problem is I think a lot of people give this take because Vosh said it, made it super popular, and now everyone's jumped onto the bandwagon of, oh, trans women are just, like, the thing that makes trans women women is self-ID, right? And we get into problems like this where if you try to use, like, this is one of the issues with doing that and normalizing that argument, is when you use that argument against people where you don't have the same kind of rhetorical effectiveness as Vosh, and you try to, like, use that as a way to stand on your own merits, it just doesn't work. It just doesn't. God damn it! Self-ID is great because our legal system is so broken, otherwise it's broken. Well, yeah, like, it's fine as far as, like, legal arguments is concerned, right? Like, yeah, I think that as far as, like, because it's something... Because, like, a lot of what makes someone trans is, like, reasoned out inductively with the same way as sexuality is, right? Like, no one would say that being gay is a choice, or no one who knows what they're talking about would say that being gay is a choice, right? But it's one of those things that you have to inductively reason out, you know? And so as far as our legal system is concerned, anytime that being gay becomes a matter of legal issue, then you can just self-ID, and that takes care of most issues, right? Same thing with being trans, right? It's something that people don't choose. You can choose to come out and, like, acknowledge to the world that you're trans, right? But, like, as far as our legal system is concerned, because it's inductively reasoned out in the same way that sexuality can, then as far as our legal system is concerned, then self-ID is fine, right? For a lot of this, I don't think that Dylan is coming off. Well, yeah, I'm sorry. We're just stopping a lot because, like, there's, like, that's how much just needs to be unpacked here, right? Like, that's how much needs to be unpacked here. So, like, yeah.
For homosexual activity is defined as same sex. For instance, if you had two animals who were engaged in same sex, what would you call them? Would you call that homosexual behavior?
Yes.
Okay, you would call that homosexual behavior. But in human beings,
here he's being really, like, two same, like how he's defining sex is doing a lot of carrying here.
If you're engaged in homosexual activity, you're saying it's not homosexual anymore if you don't identify as being homosexual.
I assume if the antelope somehow was able to identify as a woman antelope, but this isn't something we see as in animals. So, I mean, as far as we know, because they don't have the same social characteristics as humans. Humans are much more complex than animals.
Yes, I understand humans are more complex than animals. This is why I'm getting into this with you, because it creates a paradox for your narrative. And it's very bothersome to me that this paradox exists within
paradox for your narrative.
In your narrative, that if you simply identify as something, you are that thing, regardless of what the meaning of that thing actually is. You will see in the private chat, there's a Merriam-Webster definition of homosexual. You'll also see that there's the APA definition of homosexual. You'll also see that there's the Oxford definition of homosexual.
Hold on, fact check time. Let's look up the definitions of homosexual. Okay, we're gonna talk about this for a second. All right, who in chat is familiar? Let's see, homosexual. Who in chat is familiar with the TERF argument that women are adult human females? Give me a 1 in chat if you're familiar with that argument. Okay. Hold on. Also, other words from homosexual. Adjective, usage of homosexual. Damn. Also, hold on. Let's look at this, right? So basically, to kind of rely, because actually this is very interesting right here, right? So usually the way that the dictionary is invoked, or usually the way that the dictionary is actually used, isn't to actually like be, like it can be an authoritative source on subject matter if there's no superseding authority on what the words mean, because of the fact that what the dictionary is primarily used for is to capture what the colloquial meaning of words in the dictionary are, right? Like how they're used in common parlance. This is a meaningful thing to recognize because there can be a distinction between what the common usage of a word currently is and what that word means when studied in an academic profession. TERFs often use the word, often make an appeal to the dictionary definition of what woman is. They often do this. And the reason why they do this is because to them, it's like a super sale. They basically can do the exact same thing that BFP did here, right? We'll touch on this in a second. But yeah, thank you. So basically, a lot of TERFs will try to make that same appeal that BFP did here and say, oh, you see, the dictionary supports my views, so therefore that this must be the correct meaning of this word, and therefore my argument must be right. But the problem is that a lot of these words are continuing to evolve, especially the more that we study them and the more that we come to understand them, right? With the meaning of woman, right? Like now that we're getting a broader understanding of what woman means, we see in a lot of the broader academic literature that woman is defined as more than just an adult human female, right? That we're starting to be able to recognize the distinction between gender and biological sex, and recognizing that gender is comprised of social qualities that are largely societally informed and that aren't necessarily related to biology, even if they're somewhat informed by them, And in that case, where we have literature, relevant academic literature to be able to appeal to, then that's where we should be looking for our meaning of words, right? How they're currently being discussed in academic disciplines. Whereas here, we even see that the dictionary, that actually Merriam-Webster acknowledges that the term is changing, right? The adjective homosexual has been decreasing in use in published, edited text since late 20th century. It is now sometimes considered offensive since the word can be seen as evoking negative stereotypes and outdated clinical understandings of homosexuality as a psychiatric condition. The term has been largely replaced by gay, which can describe sexual or romantic attraction or activity between men or between women, by lesbian, which applies only to the latter, or by inclusive abbreviations such as LGBT, right? So here we recognize, even the dictionary is this language is changing because we're discovering more about what this term means or what we're trying to capture with the meaning here. Same thing with woman, right? The term is changing as we're discovering more. Oh, hold on. About the nature of what this actually means. And also, appeal to definition and description, using a dictionary's limited definition of a term as evidence that that term cannot have another meaning, expanded meaning, or conflated meaning. This is fallacy because dictionaries don't reason. They are simply a reflection of an abbreviated version of the currently accepted use of a term as determined by argumentation and eventual acceptance. In short, dictionaries tell you what a word meant, according to the authors, at the time of its writing, not what it meant before that time, after, or what it should mean. There you go. That's a much more succinct way of putting it. So, yeah.
Every single one of those definitions of homosexual identify homosexual sex as being between same sex, not between anybody with any type of gender identity. It has nothing to do with identity. It's never had anything to do with identity because there would be no way to measure it then.
Adult human female doesn't capture the way that we interact with the concept of woman in an everyday context. Defining woman by chromosomes alone doesn't capture our understanding of what woman is. Yeah, exactly.
Identity doesn't mean anything. The social construction that is transgenderism is meaningless.
It definitely has meaning. It has meaning on people's lives. It has an impact on people's lives. There's medical procedures that a lot of times come with that. What do you mean?
This is like, I don't know. It's kind of like posturing. I don't know. Here, and this is the reason why it's really hard to have these conversations, is because you need to know so much about the relevant academic literature on this. I mean, the appropriate response here is to say that, like, no, there is evidence to be able to support that, like, trans people are in fact who they say they are, that trans women are what, like, this is where you start pulling out, like, the evidence that we've been talking about, you know?
Meaning it's meaningless. It has evident active impact on the world.
It's conceptual. So all you're talking about.
Gender is a concept. It doesn't mean, but money is also a concept. There's an active impact.
Gender is conceptual. Gender is conceptual. Money, there's metrics for measurement. There's no measurement for gender.
Yeah, no. It's fluid.
Oh,
right. Damn. Oh my God. But yeah, so like, God damn it. Who saw my tweet earlier? I'm sorry, I'm stopping like every other sentence because there's a lot. Dylan tried, and I know, but there's just like a lot here. It's hard to argue these subjects. I'm not going to be the one to deny it's hard to argue these subjects. Who is familiar with the term? Who's familiar with the reasonable person measurement? People in my chat who have been around for a while or who have seen me talk. Who is familiar with it? Like when I say that we're appealing to like a reasonable person's understanding of something in society, who is familiar with my argument of what that is? That is a legal thing. Well, yeah, it's often used in the legal field, but like, you know, it's a term of art that's capturing like a very specific meaning that helps me in these kinds of conversations shortcut a lot of issues. I know it, but I'm not at reasonable. Yeah, I gotcha. Okay, so to basically summarize for people, in the legal profession, often we make appeals to what an average reasonable person would think about a certain number of stimuli or criteria. The reason why we make this appeal is because it's a really good way to be able to capture what society on average believes about a certain thing in aggregate, right? A good example is like if we try to ask the question of like, what is a chair? You know? Now, I know that there's like been philosophical discussion that like technically speaking, you know, we can never have like, if you try to like have like super discrete criteria for what is a chair, then it's going to be impossible to capture everything that we would probably define as a chair, right? Because it's largely going to be socially constructed. Yeah, I know. All right, this is gonna be like the last thing, and then I'm gonna leave it for the morning. All right. Because I didn't plan to be up this late. So, oh my God, why am I syncing so low? All right, hold on. I'm gonna give you this primer, and then we're gonna move on. Because this is a lot of good learning. So basically, like when we're talking about complex or like a socially constructed ideas, like what is a chair, or what is any other category? God damn it. Like when you have these kind of categories which are socially constructed, like it's very hard to have like a discrete definition, like a chair is something with 4 legs and something to sit on in the back, right? Because there's always going to be there are obviously things that don't meet that definition, but it can be really hard to find one. Making an appeal to what the average reasonable person thinks about a concept helps to deal with these kinds of issues. Because even if most people, you know, like even if it's really hard to think of like one concrete definition of what a chair is, if you ask like everyone in society to draw a chair, most people are going to draw like the same general kinds of things, right? Yeah, I know, right? That's funny. I've seen some memes like that. But the thing is, if you ask most people in society to draw a chair, most of them are going to draw like the same kind of things, and you're going to see broad trends emerge. And what I would call those trends are what essentially capture this idea of what a chair is, right? So like the same thing with gender, right? Like because of the fact that gender is socially constructed and that changes over time depending on culture, that like even if it's hard, like even if we can't have like one discrete definition of what like a woman is, as insofar as I don't know, like trying to find like one individual quality of a person that like defines the entirety of a woman definitively. Even if that's really hard to do, and it might be able to be done. I don't know. Like I still make an appeal to like those internal preferences towards whatever society would define as like that broad category, right? But if we ask most people in society like what a woman is, most people are going to think of like generally the same trends, right? You're going to see like a lot of things kind of emerge, and there is where you're going to see gender, right? Or at least what a gendered category is when most people have at least the same general ideas about what constitutes a certain category, you know? Yeah, everyone draw a woman. There you go. And there's going to be deviations, and it's going to be dependent a lot on time and context and where society is at and what kind of groups you're pulling from. But like when you see those kind of broad trends, then like that is something, you know? And that's kind of what the reasonable person standard helps us to be able to capture. So hey, how many people do we got watching right now? 340. Neat. All right. Well, it's like 1:30. I might upload. Hey, chat. Do you want me to upload the conversation with Dylan? Is that something that you want to see? I'm not sure if I want to upload it, but I mean, like, I might over the weekend. Let me know if you want me to, and if not, yeah. Oh, you do want me to upload the conversation with Dylan? I mean, I can. Yeah, because I'm not gonna upload like everything here. Give us the content. Oh my god. All right. Then at some point over the weekend, I'll upload the conversation with Dylan. Tomorrow, Kink at Pride is going up. That's finally going up tomorrow. So it's going to be like 11 hours. You don't have to watch it. It's mostly just so that people can see literally every conversation I've had on this. Not enough RGR content. All right. So that'll be going up tomorrow, and at some point over the weekend, then okay, we'll upload the discussion with Dylan. Yeah. I know the content troll must be fed. All right, cool. Get into the Discord if you haven't already. What the fuck are you doing? Discord.gg/RGR. Get the fuck in there. All right. Hey, everyone in chat. You know what I'm going to do? Since y'all have stuck around, I'm going to do a Discord Nitro giveaway in chat in the next, like, minute. So do that, and in the meantime, I'm going to figure out who I want to raid into. If there is anyone to raid into. Is there anyone to raid into? Is it unreasonable to expect me to be reasonable? God damn it. Got in that chat. Yeah, there you go. All right, let's see. Who am I following that's like good to raid into? Oh, watch stream. No, fuck that. Wait, it says that Destiny stream. Wait, hold on. That can't be true. Or wait, Destiny is stream. Wait, hold on. Wait, what? So did Destiny start up streaming again? Wait, what happened? I'm not. Am I seeing this correctly? Raid Destiny. Raid back into Destiny. Be like, all right, we're gonna return it back. All right, fine. We'll. All right, sure. We'll raid back into Destiny. I thought he read. Yeah, he took a break or some shit. All right, well, then sure. We'll return you from whence you came. I think that's fair. Return to sender. Yeah. And tell him I say hi or whatever. Destiny has been on Twitter a lot. Oh, great. All right. Well, I'm sending you off. Send love. Bye.
How old is Casey Tron? 32 years old. Oh my god. What is this gamer